Here we go. Oh. Yeah, that's not right. Hello, hello. Okay. No, guess we'll play this for a bit. See if anybody shows up. Think we're live now? Dead chat. Alright. Well. Let's go fishing. Okay. Alright, we got Dratini, so let's focus on Olivine Cobalt. Although I do still want a bigger Dratini. Yeah. Alright. It's working? Yep, it's working. Okay. Cool. Pull! That was easy. Yeah. Decently big Krabby there. Alright. Okay, yeah. Okay, whoop. Pull! Going smoothly so far. What are we getting from Olivine? Pull! That. I really want that. Hang on! No! Poliwag, come back! Aww, man. Oh, that's a rare one. Bummer! Oh, pull! Pull! Now we're gonna lose this one too. Well, so much for going smoothly. Wasted all our luck on a couple of Krabby. Come on, give me the Poliwag. Hang on. I'm just gonna get another freaking Krabby. Pull! Dang it! Man. Oh well. Tiny Krabby even. 2 Poliwags in a row. 2 in a row! I haven't got that one yet. I don't think I have. I think it's a rare one. I don't need Poliwhirl too. Pull! Pull! And Sea King. The big Sea King? Not a big enough Sea King. Another 2. We got like a 60-something inch Sea King last time, I think. Like 63. It was big. Let's see. Hang on. Hang in there. Pull. Don't bother. It's just, you're not gonna... I don't understand. Oh, I don't understand. Yeah. Dang. Missed out on the Poliwags. Because, yeah, let's see. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. No Poliwags. I have not caught Poliwag yet. 2 in a row. 2 in a row. And we missed it. What a bummer. What a bummer. Almost got lucky like right off the bat. I know. Somebody couldn't pull it in, could he? Go to sleep. Yeah. Let's, I don't know, let's do that. Let's do Olivine again. Yeah, let's do Olivine again. Yeah. actually pretty excited to talk about ZA today. Everybody thinks I'm insane. Pull! Pull! But, you know, until people show up, I'm just gonna do this. It keeps me busy. Hang on. Pull. Come on, give me the Poliwags again. Hang on. Pull. Hang on. Pull. Getting the hang of this, but I couldn't get my 2 frickin' Poliwags. Shame. Please give me Poliwag or Poliwhirl. Either of those would be fantastic. Hang on. Hang on. I mean, you're too tired. Pull! Fine, just release it. You got tired like immediately, you little shit. How good are you, huh? What good are you? Hang on. Pull! There we go. We've had bigger. Yeah, day's almost over again. No Poliwag this time. I think the day's gonna end before we can get this last one. Yep, called it. Yeah, Poliwag, like we had last time, but loser freaking lost them both. Oh man, the luck of having one. We got 2 and we lost both of them. It just makes me sad. Disappointment. Yeah, immediately go to sleep. You're so tired from being, you know, lame. In any case, where are they at now? Not on the pillow, he's on the shelf. You do your shelf thing. Let's try Cobalt. I think Cobalt, we're looking for Seadra and something else. I don't remember what. I know we are looking for Seadra. Kingler. I think it's Kingler is the other one. We got Krabby. Let's see. Pull! No, we're gonna lose it. Hang on. Pull! There we go. Yay. It's not big enough. I wonder if this game, like, scales, because I noticed that they seem to get bigger the bigger that my biggest ones happen to be. Pull! Pull! Oh. Pull! Never mind. Kinda crazy. Hey, you Pikachu can manage level scaling, but Scarlet and Violet can't? No, that's a cheap shot. I'm sorry. Anyway. Pull! Yeah. It would be so funny if we could fish up a Gyarados, but I know that's not possible. Pull! Gosh, Slowpoke's so big. Pull! Why is this game so good? Pull! Pull! Aw, come on. Can I get Starmie? I would like to catch a Starmie. I think it's just seed drinking or... Hello! Yeah, that is the one hell of a pink Slowpoke. It's like almost magenta, I want to say. It's sunburnt, I guess. Go to sleep. I don't know why he waits for me to tell him things sometimes. I think he wants me to say good night or something. Sleepy boy. Yeah, let's try Olivine again. Pull! Pull! And I've been like so... Nope, hang on. Hang on! Hang on! Pull! Been like so excited to actually talk about ZA today. And yet the more I go on about it, the more I feel crazy. More people tell me crazy. Oh, but oh man, I just like I don't like going all tinfoil hat, but holy shit. The connections are there. Hang on. Pull. Pull. Yeah. There are like so many connections, and people are just like gonna be like telling me, "Oh, you're crazy. You're smoking." They're already telling me, you know, you're smoking shit. Just like, but it's there, and Game Freak has been known to like drop these hints. Pull. So it's like it's not wild. Of course, people are in denial about the other hints too, because they're just like colors that are worked in so subtly into the games, and like subtle but not subtle. Like in BDSP and Scarlet and Violet, they had, you know, these flowers that were very Scarlet and Violet colored, and you know, you try to point that out and people are like, oh, you're crazy, that's just colors. And just like, dude, that's in this environment, these tropical colors do not make sense. Pull. That and in BDSP, they also, that one's a like very, I think the word I want, poignant case, because they like replicated the map of Diamond and Pearl like perfectly down to the colors. Hang on. Pull. And except for this one like flower bed. Right? Except for this one flower bed is very like distinctly changed the colors to be scarlet and violet colored flowers. And it's like, that was a hint. That was like absolutely undeniably a hint. You cannot. It's like mental gymnastics to try to say that it wasn't. And you know, the other one was those cushions in Oros. That was definitely for Sun and Moon. Especially when you look at the poster on the wall. The one they had palm tree poster on the wall, so it was like that was obviously that was Sun and Moon hint. Also, the director was Amori, so like he's hinting at his next other thing he's working on basically. So yeah, they're known to do this. They're very much known to drop these hints. And yeah, the book theory is just like, I thought it was bullshit at first, but like the more I looked into it, it was like, oh, there is something here. I thought it was going to be for the next 2 Legends games, but the more I'm seeing for the DLC is very like Galar related. Particularly, the first thing that put me on this was seeing the the stones, realizing it's like, yeah, that is definitely Rillaboom's stone there. So the Galar starters, and you think about it, it's just like, oh yeah, France and England have this thing going on. So alternate Lumiose is, like if England had taken over France, because they had the 100 Years War, and that's I think basically what it was coming down to, was England was trying to invade, and France won. I didn't read that much about it, but I just know there's this France-England rivalry, and I believe that they're referencing that, and that the DLC is going to like lean on it, like a lot. Like, what if scenario? What if things were different? What if Galar over Kalos? What if other things happened? It's a lot of other stuff. So yeah, and seeing the Crown Tundra even referenced in that flag or whatever for, I think, the base game, which there's going to be a lot of crossover. Anyway, seeing that reference the Sword and Shield DLC, that and that color, that green for the Crown Tundra, just like being there, it's like, oh, that book, that's not for the next Legends game. That's for the this one. Both those books, and it kind of makes sense that they only plan to head one game after. It does make sense that they didn't plan that far ahead. Like, you're really gonna plan, like, what is it, like 10 years in the future in the next game? Yeah. I thought it'd be like X and Y versions because of the Raichus, but now it's like the more I look into it, it's like, It also, it kind of like doesn't make sense because you've got X and Y Charizard in the base game. So it's like, how are we gonna explain all of this shit? It's don't make sense. Actually, it's like, what is going on? How are they gonna make sense of any of this? And I think the DLC is like specifically like more interesting if it's like this totally big, like, weird what if scenario. Hello, go to sleep. Oh, fine, do it without me being able to say anything. I don't care. But yeah, just like, I feel so like insane, just like being like, guys, look at all this, look at all this. It's all adding up. It is all adding up, and everybody's being like, telling me I'm crazy, and it's like, God, I hope I'm not, because that would be embarrassing to say the least. Yeah, and it feels like it's like too much, because it's like, not only is it Galar, but it's Alola too, and Hisui somehow is involved. I can't imagine how Hisui's involved, but it's it's Galar, it's Alola. It's definitely Galar and Alola. Yeah. Because, yeah, there's so much Galar and Alola hints, really. And I think there was a reason, those shirts in Legends Arceus, the ones that we start off with. It's like everybody, you know, we all pegged. It's like, oh yeah, Kalos shirt, and we're going to Kalos now. This was a hint, obviously. But that other shirt was like so vague, people kept confusing it for Alola, and it turned out it was actually from Galar. And I think the reason for that is because the DLC is both Galar and Alola. And it makes, like, sense. I just can't figure out in, you know, how it works together. If it's going to be like Alola, if there's going to be, like two hyperspace Lumios, and one is, you know, the what if Galar took over and we go through that plot, and another one is like, oh, what if Necrozma showed up, because this is the City of Light, so of course Necrozma has to show up and, you know, want to suck the light out, something like that. You know, is this going to be in the same world, or is it going to be two separate worlds? Maybe it's the same world, I don't know. I kind of like, I don't have the puzzle pieces to figure that out. But I feel like we've got all the puzzle pieces to figure out that this is, the DLC is going to be something to do with Galar and Alola. And like another sign was the fact that the Scarlet and Violet DLC, like they had all the legendaries, but for some reason they left out a whole bunch of the Alolan ones. You know, the Tapus, they left out Savali. They left out Zeraora, Marshadow. They left out all the Ultra Bees. It's like, okay. We knew that the 3 Kalos legendaries being left out was a sign. Oh, shit. I think it's because I'm talking too loud and passionately. So let's see. I don't know how to fix this. I could probably just try talking softer. That's embarrassing. Hello. I'm gonna put this over here. Nope, that's still going too high. Well, this sucks. I should have tried testing more to see how my thing goes. I don't remember how to fix all of this. Let's see. Let's see if I can fix this. If I can remember and not lose my thought too. Come on. Trying to fix this live is such a... Oh, no, that's not what I wanted. This way? Maybe this way. Oh, I hate changing my settings. Threshold close for threshold. Okay. Let's see. Maybe I have it. I'm also gonna just try to like not talk too loud. Let's bump that up a bit more. Wait, no, I think I went the wrong direction. Let's see. Is that any better? I don't. I forget which of these does what. Okay, yeah, I think that's a little better. Okay. We'll try. I'm gonna try like talking less. Gonna try to not make it cut out. I gotta work on this. It's a newbie streamer. Anyway, where was I? I forget where I left off thinking now. Damn it. I don't know. I was talking like tinfoil hat. Galar and Alola, Ultra Beast. Oh yeah, that's yeah. Some of the legendary Scarlet Violet. Because we knew that they left out the 3 Kalos legendaries, you know, Xerneas, Yveltal, Zygarde, and that became like obvious why that was when we saw the ZA get announced. Oh yeah, and Ultra Beast. Yeah, and then SV was missing like a whole bunch of other stuff. They were missing the Tapus, they were missing Savali, they were missing the Ultra Beasts, and it was just like, why? I mean, you can rationalize it like easily. We already had alternate dimension nonsense happening in Scarlet Violet, and we had the paradoxes, and you don't need to have every, specialty Pokemon in the game, although I'm starting to question that. Because it seems like they do, except for if they really need them for something else, then they leave them out. And you could argue like the Ultra Beasts aren't legendaries anymore. I think you can catch multiple of them. They kind of lost that status, but also not really. So I don't know. It's kind of weird. And it's one of those things that we can like rationalize it, like, oh yeah, they left them out because they didn't really have to keep them in. They're not legendaries, blah blah blah. But seeing how things are lining up now, it's just like I think there was a reason, and I think it was this game, specifically the DLC. But because it's the DLC, it's like people don't see it coming. They think no way. And when I try to say it's like way, actually, very way, people call me nuts. So that's great. And of course, Twitter being Twitter is like holy freaking toxic. I have people telling me I'm stupid and have the dumbest theories, and it's just like, just because you don't get it, Paul. Just because you don't get it doesn't mean that it came from nowhere and that I'm like absolutely crazy and dumb. Just there's a whole lot of thought process behind it, and I'm like going like nuts. I'm just like, I hate going tinfoil hat. Oof, shit. Hang on, Paul. Yeah, that's a really good point. With the DLC, they usually bring the legendaries in, so that does, yeah. Excellent point there. That is a DLC thing. That seems to be. Paul, I did just get that Poliwhirl. Yeah, I wasn't even paying attention. I actually got Poliwhirl. Man, we're having good luck finding the rares today, despite my being absolutely distracted and talk about everything else. Yeah. What I love is that these accounts are like telling me I'm dumb and stupid just because like what I said isn't what they want. I'm just like, I'm sorry, I'm not Game Freak. I didn't come up with this. I'm just, telling you what they're doing. Paul. Yeah. I'm like, it would be absolutely like bonkers and get, Paul, Rayquaza. I'm like, for sure, we gotta get like Rayquaza and Kyogre in it. It's gonna be like, in Necrozma, I think it's gonna be nuts. I think this DLC is gonna be like everything people don't expect. And if you're like me and you do like expect it, everybody's gonna be like, oh, you're nuts. Paul. I'm not a crazy theory person. I'm really, really not. Like, even if I see, like, connections between things, I usually don't go deep. And be like, oh, well, it could be this and this and this. It's like, I try not to go deep into it because it's just like that just gets, it's a little nutso, but yeah. Yeah, and that's definitely the thing. I think they're reusing the map, and I think they're gonna be, I've like said reusing the map with some alterations, but I'm not sure there's even gonna be alterations. Maybe a little bit, but nothing major, because I've noticed too, it's just like in that last trailer there was this flag for something that they showed, just like a tease, and that's the one that has the Crown Tundra and Isle of Armor colors on it. The yellow and the green, which again, people are calling me crazy for. but that one that has the yellow and green on it has this logo and that symbol. The pink part of it is the shape of Mega Alakazam, and the yellow part is the spines on Manectric, and I believe those are the ones that the characters for that area are going to switch to in the DLC. Those are their DLC Megas that they changed to. They both changed to old Megas. Yeah. Because if you look at it, you can see like the shape of Alakazam and the spines of Manectric. And so if that's the, you know, DLC Megas for them, then they're probably not going to change their logo. They're probably not going to change their, you know, sign or flag or whatever that thing is. So a lot of the map I think is going to be the same. But characters are going to... I think the character designs are probably going to be the same too, considering... Oh, maybe they'll change them up. I don't know. Base game designs definitely seem to hint at their alternate version, so the characters might not even change their appearances, because it's like their, you know, their megas that they switch to are already baked into them. Yeah, there's a lot that I think, you know, might not change for the DLC, but I think they're gonna pack like a whole bunch of, you know, whole game's worth of new megas into it. Gonna get all the, you know, legendaries. Gonna get some new Pokemon in. There's a lot of the ones that I think they're gonna swap out. Maybe I should switch to Photoshop at this point. Let's put Pikachu to bed. I think I'll swap to Photoshop at this point, because it'll be a lot easier to just go over the charts. Actually, I should probably drop a reminder on Twitter to let them know that, hey, we streaming now, please show up. Because it just, you know, it'd be nice to have more friends. Let's see. And I don't want to check my Twitter messages because people are going to be crazy. Game of the guy who got cursed by Jesus. Oh, AZ? I think? Yes, AZ is the hotel guy. I don't know about cursed by Jesus. He's the one who fired off the ultimate weapon and therefore became a tall-ass immortal. You know. As one does. Okay. We're gonna switch from the emulator now to Photoshop. We can go back to the emulator later. Let's see. There we go. I'm gonna open Photoshop. And I've been wondering about if AZ will have any role in the DLC. I assume that's going to be the thing, because, you know, I'm not going to talk, you know, story spoilers, but we know that we get his Floette anyway. So it would be kind of weird to have him back in the DLC after what happens, but it would make sense if in alternate Lumiose he never fired the weapon and therefore never became an immortal. Or although it also is kind of weird, kind of weird thinking about it. If he never did it, then how does alternate Lumiose have Megas? Unless they all just happened during the event where Lysander did it? Or who knows? who knows? That's one of the, like, things. It's like I can figure out by piecing things together, like what Pokemon we're getting and such, but trying to figure out, right, I'm switching to Photoshop. There you go. Anyway, Photoshop. Trying to figure out, you know, what the story is. I can't put those puzzle pieces together, but you can get like a general idea that there's like stuff going on. There is stuff going on. Yeah. Yeah. Let's see. That's where I'm gonna open. I was gonna open something. My brain's going too fast. Right, just gonna open the predictions. Let's open all of these. Do I need this one? And open that one, I guess. Okay, I got all of them. All right. How is this? Do I need to make this any... Can I make this any larger? I think this is about as large as we can go with this, really. All right, so we got... Yeah. So we got our base game starters. We've got our DLC starters. Can't imagine how you're going to get the DLC starters. Who knows? Who knows? Again, I cannot guess at story elements. I can just guess what's going to be there. We've got our ranked battle rewards and our DLC ones, which you might not even need the DLC for these, considering how the ranked battle rewards go. Because they're doing like Greninja for a season, which to my understanding, seasons are typically last a month. And I don't think there's going to be any more ranked battle rewards aside from these two sets. Because if you do the math, Greninja, if it's running for a month, would go from October to November. And it's from, you know, October 16th to probably like mid-November. If you go, and then, so Delphox would go from November to December. Chestnut, December to January. And I assume January is going to be when the DLC drops. And probably Champions at some point too is going to be in January. And so DLC drops. And then they also, you know, release these ones. So you get like maybe, I don't know if they'll do it like in reverse or whatever, but from January to February, February to March, March to April. Then we repeat. So, you know, because they do these things on cycle, and they already said that they would repeat them, so you can get them at a later date if you miss them. So, you know, is it April to May, May to June, June to July, or, you know, go back to these ones, July to August, August, September, September, October. Done. Month later, Gen 10 comes out. It fits. It all fits. It really lines up. So, and we've got, you know, these guys, I've been betting for like the longest while since we heard Zero was cut that it's going to be a Champions promo. No, it's not a wish list. It's not a wish list. My protection is based on something like... It's based on a lot of things. This is like a whole... I was playing like 3D chess with all of this. These charts were like all essential in figuring this out and piecing it all together. Not so much... Not that one. Not so much this one either. These two, though, these were essential for piecing this all together. And I drew like a whole bunch of, you know, bunch of sources. In fact, I can start going over this, I guess. We can start with the type counterparts, or probably I'm gonna probably jump between these because they were both essential in putting it all together. Yeah, stone counterparts. Okay, got that one there. So Yeah. Oh yeah, I was talking about that. So that leads into actually the first one. So we're gonna go back to this. So yeah, since we heard that Zeraora was scrapped, I'm just like, there's no way that it was actually scrapped. It doesn't. There's no reason for it. People are like, oh, they scrapped it because it's not in the anime. It's like, it wasn't made for the anime. So why did they cut it? Because it's not actually cut. It's going to be, it's got to be Champions promotion. It's probably, you connect to Champions and then you get, Zeraora sent to you in home. That's, I think, how that typically works is, it's a reward for connecting to, the thing and home rewards, basically. And, oh, I don't have the images for this. Anyway, if you actually look at the design of the stadium, I'm going to go get it so I can actually show it off. Oh, when will I learn that my browser does not assume that everything is Pokemon related? Okay. This one should be good enough. I'll just pull this one up too. All right, I'll just pull up this header here. Zoom in. All right, I have better images of this, but if you pay attention to the design of the Champions Stadium, it's got this blue all throughout, this, bright blue. And that is the same color that is in Zeraora's design that glows on Zeraora. So it just it makes sense to me that is going to be the Champions promo because, it already glows in the same color as the stadium does. It's got, the stadium has these lights up here. It's got these things on the wall that are all blue. There's a banner up here that also turns blue, just straight up blue when it's not showing the fake ads. It turns straight up blue. Lights around this thing here are also blue. Okay, my cursor's still here. So yeah, the stadium has Zeraora blue all throughout it. I'm very sure that Zeraora is going to be a Champions promotion probably when Champions comes out. And yeah, it true. Zeraora does fit just the concept, really. As for the birds, this came a leak from someone from the Poryleak server. Said that he's apparently confirmed or whatever. People are doubtful about this info, but since I've seen where these things all fit in, I am believing it. And specifically, he said that the birds, I guess, will get megas, and they're going to have an ability that makes their types strong against psychic, which sounds stupid, except for it's Mewtwo. So I'm like, okay, that is a Kanto reference, and it's going to be something that drops around Pokemon Day or something. Because 10th anniversary, yay! Or not 10th generation, 30th anniversary. Let's celebrate Kanto because that's what we do. And so it makes sense, they're going to have megas that, let's connect them to Mewtwo since we never really did that in the first place. It's dumb. It sounds dumb, and this is why I thought that the leak was stupid, but it's just now it's just oh. No, that makes sense. That's something they would do. And because I don't see them really fitting into ZA in terms of the ranked battle rewards, because the schedule that I had talked about, the starters perfectly fit for the whole year before Gen 10. I think that the birds are going to be a Champions reward for participating in Champions. So I think we're going to earn them through that. So I have them marked as a, Champions thing, and they're the whole reason for the question mark, because Zeraora, I think, absolutely is going to be Champions. No question. So that brings me to the type counterparts here, which part of that leak from the Poor Leaks guy from Shibs said something about Mega Snorlax. It's going to be a sumo wrestler, which, you know, sounds stupid until you think about Halucha and Phalanx for the, you know, going into like spoiler territory here now. For that dojo, the 2 megas for the dojo, it makes sense. We're going to have Snorlax replace one of them. And probably another thing I should have had prepared, so I'm going to grab this image. And go back to my explanations here. Let's see, where is it? God, I talk too much on Twitter. There it is. Okay. Does he have a Kalos side quest? Honestly, this. I'm not too familiar with how Kalos plays because I never played through Gen 6. I have, like, literally that and Gen 5 are the 2 generations I have not touched at all. So I don't know what they have there. But, yeah, so Vinny is the one who tipped me off that they're going to be swapping the aces in the DLC, because, you know, it was always weird that, you know, he's got the, you know, we know he's using Mega Lopunny, but why has he got the, you know, Pancham on his head? And just like, yeah, I get it, you're, you know, fighting type specialist, but this is a weird choice, man. These little hair decorations are a weird choice for a dude of your likeness, to be honest. It's like, Vinny, what are you doing, man? What are you doing? But you think about it, it's like, oh, yeah, you know what? He swaps. He must swap, is what he must do. Okay, I was going to... So much for that. Anyway. So... once he tipped me off at in the DLC, the character's going to be swapping their megas. It's just like, it wasn't just him. Great, I'm going to grab another image. But, it was also Corbeau's second-hand man. I think his name is Philippe. He tipped me off too. Now I feel unprepared. I should have grabbed a whole bunch of character images. Let's grab a few of these. Because it'll be a lot easier to explain if we're looking at the characters. Definitely need that one. And we're going to grab this one. And we'll grab more when I need them. Alright, so let's open up. Open up all of those. I'll talk about them in a moment. Anyway, this is Philippe. And it was like weird because we were told that he uses Mega Skarmory, and it's like, okay, well, we can see that. It's on his pocket. But his face screams Steelix. Like, that is Mega Steelix right there. And it's like, why? And then, you know, I think about it, it's like, oh, we're swapping. Because we're swapping. We're changing who we're using. So once you like figure that out, it's like, all of these. Nope, I have too many things open. I have to get back to my. So all of these, you know, it's like you have to think. It's just like, where do they make sense in the game? Who are they replacing? So Snorlax, I think, is replacing. Who did I put? I think he was replacing Halucha? No, I think it's replacing Phalanx. Because, then again, maybe he is replacing Halucha. It could go either way with these two. But, Yeah, definitely replacing one of those. I put Machamp because, you know, with the when they revealed Mega Halucha, it was Mega Halucha versus Machamp. Machamp, whatever. Anyway, Machamp. Machamp. Okay. You would think Gen 1 I should know how to pronounce it by now. But anyway, so they revealed Halucha and he was facing off against Machamp, so it's just like, is that the, you know, because that's the one he faces off or would face off if they were in the same universe? Is it because his does his trainer swap, or I don't know. It's one of these. These two might be in the wrong places. It might actually be swapped to Snorlax instead, and Snorlax against Machamp. That might actually be what it is. So I might have those reversed. But anyway, they're for the dojo. They gotta be for the dojo. Yeah, they could. They could totally do the advert and then do Mega Machamp reveal. That would be actually kind of cool. Get a second part to that. But yeah, so which one were we on? I got too many predictions pages. Anyway, so yeah, once you figure out Snorlax and there's like the sumo theme, and I don't think that the person who, you know, leaked this even thought about where he, you know, where he makes sense. But that is like, that's it. That is Snorlax, I believe, is going to be in the dojo. And it makes sense. Like, Halucha is apparently like the top luchador. You know, his design is based on the top luchador or whatever. And I think Snorlax is going to be based off of apparently this famous sumo wrestler called Taiho, or probably. I don't know. I researched that like minimally as I was piecing this all together. But yeah. So Snorlax in the dojo. And of course a Machamp based on the Halucha trailer. Promotion, whatever. So yeah. That's how I figure those two out. And yeah. And that's the other thing, the types. This was something that we had noted as the megas were being leaked, is that we're like, okay, we have, you know, those six starters, the two sets of starters, and then there's Zygarde and Floette, of course. But everything else, it was one mega for every type. And I'm like, so as I was like looking at this, I'm like, that is significant. The fact that they picked one for every type. It's not like we've got, you know, a trainer for each type, because some of these are rogues. I believe Victory Bell's a rogue. Who else? Barbaricle's a rogue. So a lot of these are rogues. It's not like we got a trainer of every type. It's not like, you know, Scarlet and Violet. They had, you know, types represented, and the gym leaders, and I guess it is kind of like that, and it's kind of interesting how they're actually putting more focus into having all the types used in the games. This seems to be like a sticking point for them lately. I don't know if this is a long-going thing, but they do try to make sure that every type gets used. But this was like important that they had one for each type. And it's like, if you sort them all out, even with the dual types, you realize it's like Frostlass is the only ice type, so it has to represent ice instead of ghost, which means that the only other ghost is Chandelure, which means that, you know, Pyroar has to be fire. And then you've got, you know, Dragonite for dragon, which means that Drampa has to be the normal representative. And Phalanx is fighting, so Halachu has to be flying. And you know, Dragon's already taken, so Dragalge is poison, and so on and so forth. I probably shouldn't go through all of them. Anyway, they all line up, so it's definitely one for every type. Yeah, like every type for, you know, every type is represented. And I'm like, that is significant, which means that in the DLC, if we're, you know, getting a mirror of everything, I had to make sure as I was going through this that every type was represented. So, you know, I can skip ahead to Dedenne because Dedenne was part of the same point that I'm talking about. So there was we got a leak in the, from someone from the Pori Leaks, saying that switch for a moment, that the birds and Snorlax and Dedenne would all get megas. And to back up Dedenne, there's also this guy on Twitter who would previously called Corey. He's changed his name like twice since. He commented on something Soul posted, because Soul posted this, you know, screenshot from the recent trailer that showed Dedenne with a whole bunch of Pokemon that have megas. And it's just like, you know, weird. You know, this one Pokemon that doesn't have a mega just hanging out with a bunch that, you know, do. Of course, with ZA, most of them do have mega, so the odds are kind of... But Corey responded and said, yeah, it's sus. And Corey has had a track record before that, of having leaked some things or said some things that, you know, in retrospect were like, oh, he knows. He doesn't want attention, so I'm not going to, you know, direct people his way. But so we have that, like, extra backing, kind of like confirmation that Dedenne gets a mega between, you know, Pori Leaks and Corey. And so, yeah, that just like added credibility to what was being said. So that's how I wound up with Dedenne here. Otherwise, it's a weird choice, especially when they're introducing the two Raichus. Like, what the hell were they thinking? But, yeah, so we got Snorlax, we got the Machamp from the Hawlucha thing. Yeah, it's okay. It was, you know, you were still on point, so it's cool. Anyway, on top of, like, with the, I mean, okay, I'm gonna get back to that thought in a moment. On top of, like, the Hawlucha thing, I was, like, looking at it, and I realized, Machamp's belt and Falink's shield would make, like, a perfect mirror for, you know, a Megastone. It's got the same colors. You know, Machamp's belt, he's got, you know, like the black little Speedo, he's got the yellow belt, he's got the little red P on it. And yeah, Phalanx with the black, yellow, red. I'm just like, you know, these two, they're gonna be, they're sharing the stone palette. Yeah. Yeah, so they're sharing a stone palette because the features on them, they just fit. So that's how I figured him out. I forget how I figured out Skarmory. I think I was just like trying to sort out my last few. I was like, because I couldn't figure out who was the mirror for Excadrill. Excadrill gains like orange points randomly. I'm like, that is like, what a weird, you know, color choice to make him an orange drill. But then I happen to look at Skarmory, I'm like, oh, shoot. Oh, shit. And the reason why Skarmory makes sense, aside from the fact that it would make a perfect replacement for, you know, the Pidgey line, because we've already seen Pidgey. Pidgey's all throughout the trailers. The other reason why Skarmory makes sense is because of a hint that was dropped in the Scarlet and Violet DLC for Larry. And I'm going to pull this up right here. Check this out. This is dialogue. See? I can... let's try zooming in a bit. Yeah. So Gita says hilarious, like, as it just so happens, we decided to send a Paldea League representative to a competition being held in a certain region. I took the liberty of recommending you for the role, Larry. And when we learned that, Larry wasn't going to be in ZA, people thought, like this was a throwaway reference that wasn't going to lead to anything. Well, Skarmory. Guys, Skarmory. I believe Larry's going to be in the DLC. It wasn't a throwaway. Let me get Vinny out of here and Philippe. We don't need to talk about them right now. Okay. Yeah. Skarmory. Larry's going to be in the DLC with Skarmory. And that's why Excadrill gets the orange on it. They got the same color palette, basically. The same, shade of brown. And, get the orange. And they got the same stupid, like, pointy head feature, even. Like, I'm going to zoom in on this one again. Yeah. Excadrill and Skarmory, they got the same stupid, like, pointy head feature. It, like, makes sense. That similarity. They're going to be mirrors of each other, in a sense. They're going to share, same, I can zoom in on this one, too. In fact, we'll zoom in more. Yeah. Nah, that's not the one I want. Nah, this is the one I want. I should have zoomed these in before. But, yeah, so I think this also isn't the one I want. I am a little distracted. This is the one I want. Yeah, I think they're going to share the Mega Stone. I think Excadrill and Skarmory are going to share the Mega Stone palette. And Larry's going to be in the DLC. It makes sense. It's why the throw, that line in the Scarlet Violet DLC is referring to this. And, it kind of makes sense. They dropped the hint in the DLC, and the hint was for ZA's DLC. So if you're someone who was likely to have bought the DLC for Scarlet and Violet, then you're going to get the DLC for ZA, or be more likely to, right? So you bought DLC, and you got a hint for DLC. Fantastic. Let's see. Let's move on to this one. Yeah, Poison Slowking. This was kind of just... This took like a few steps to come to this conclusion. So first off, we got Frostlass. Frostlass is going to be in the base game. They're finally completing the Snorunt pair, which people have like complained about for forever. And that brings me to another point, but I think I'm going to pause it for a moment. So I'm just like, they got to do Slowking, right? They can't just do Frostlass. They gotta also do Slowking. Because Slowbro, we have Mega Slowbro, but they don't have Mega Slowking. Hang on. Itchy throat. Anyway. So I was like, yeah, surely they gotta do Slowking, right? And that would like work perfectly for Emma, I think. She's supposed to be a smart detective, blah, blah, blah. So Slowking, works with her. We know she uses Malamar. So, it would work. And then I went and I looked at Galarian Slowking, and I'm just like, oh shit. Like, gotta swap these around. Nope. Why didn't I didn't put it there for some reason. But, yeah. Like, Malamar and Slowking, if you look at them, they're just like, they have the same vibe. So they're kind of like mirrors of each other in a way. Almost, you look at them, it's like almost like same hat. People still say that. So yeah, I was like, oh no, they're not gonna do Slowking. They're gonna do Galarian Slowking. And that on top of, yeah. That on top of realizing that that the Galar starters were going to be used in the DLC, I was just like, we are doing a whole Galar thing. And another point is that in the one of the recent trailers, they showed all the, regional variants. Then, they had Alolan Raichu, Hisuian Gudra. They had, I think, was it Galarian Slowpoke or Slowbro? One of those. So just like, we're going to have all the regional variants in this game. We didn't have the alternate forms in Legends Arceus, so why? Why are we doing that now? Because the DLC is going to have them. Because the DLC is going to be focused on alternate versions of like everything and every like way that you can think of, what alternate version means. It's a mirror world. It is a whole friggin' mirror world. So, yeah, and, going back to that thought with the Galar starters and implying that Hyperspace Lumiose is like Lumiose if Galar had taken over. If England had won in the 100-Year War and, France was, English instead. Then, Mirror World, their Slowpokes are going to be Galarian Slowpokes, and the Mega they get is going to be Galarian Slowking. And it kind of like, it makes sense because it's, instead of having to, come up with Megas for, for the regular Slowpoke line and for the Galarian line, it's just you pick one of each. And, that technically you have completed the duo, but on like opposite ends. It's clever. It's also going to be kind of infuriating for a lot of people, I am sure. I think it's going to be infuriating. And yeah. So we got Galarian Slowking. And he's I put him in poison because I had to do some shuffling down here, and I'll explain that later. Because otherwise I had him in Psychic. I think in the original chart I had him in Psychic. And Jinx was in Ice, but I had to put Lapras down there. So let's go on to Flygon. I was trying to like work things out, and I think this was the point that I was gonna get to earlier, is that I'm noticing that this game is a lot of fan service. Because look at this. We got Dragonite with Dragonair features. What has the fan base been asking for? We've got, Frostlass to complete the Glalie pair, and Slowking, as I was saying. It's like they're doing these things that the fan base has kind of like been asking for years now. Is that, you didn't finish Snowrunt's Evo line. We would like this to be completed. You didn't finish Slowpoke's Evo line. We'd like this to be completed. They're doing it a weird way, but they're doing it. We want Dragonite with Dragonair features, What else? What else? There's like, I can't remember what else. But there's like so much of this is going to be fan service. So I'm just like, fans have been asking for Flygon for ages. And I think, it's going to be Flygon. And on top of that, I was just like, I was looking at it and I realized that Flygon basically has Halucha. This one. I keep track of which of these protection things is which. Has Halucha's palette, if you think about it. Even if you like assume that Halucha's Megastone is probably going to have the black and yellow from its Mega form. Well, if you look at these, and a lot of these reference their pre-evos in their designs. We've been noticing that, right? Since Dragonite with the Dragonair thing. A lot of them are referencing their pre-evos in their designs. Well, if you look at Vibrava, or for Vibrava, I don't know how to pronounce that. If you look at the middle stage for the Flygon line, it's got yellow, it's got black. So we add some black and yellow to Flygon, and boom, guess what? We've got Halucha's alternate color palette was. It's Flygon. I think it's going to be Flygon. And that fills the ground slot very nicely. So, which meant that I had to kick out Gliscor, sadly, for Glissaur fans. Colossal. You know, I want to skip Colossal for now because that was actually the last one I put in place, and I wasn't sure about it. Actually, you know what? I'm not going to skip it. I wasn't sure. I only put him there because once I had filled out the rest of the chart, it was the only thing I had left was I didn't have a rock type, and I didn't have one with the same color palette as Barbaracle. And so I just went, I looked at, you know, Bulbapedia has this list of Pokemon by color, and Colossal was the one I spotted. It was like, it's black, it's got the orange, and it's a rock type. Stuck it there, and I'm just like, I'm not sure. I don't know if this is going to be, you know, it. Maybe I'm wrong, maybe. And at that point, I wasn't sure of like my other spots. I'm like, maybe something else is wrong. Maybe the black and orange palette goes somewhere else. I don't know. Maybe I have a different rock type here. But I was thinking about it today, and I realized something. So look at this. These are the only two Gen 8 ones that get Megas. And think about this. Again, talk about the fan service. When Colossal was revealed, or when the Roly-Coly line was revealed, actually, we were all thinking like, oh, he should have become a train, right? We thought, you know, it looked like something that should have become a train. Instead, it just like stands up and becomes this, you know, bipedal monster. Well, look at Phalanx. What is a train that becomes a bipedal monster in the base game? Phalanx stacks up, becomes a bipedal monster as a Mega. What do you think Colossal does if it Mega evolves? Fan service? Flip, you know, it's the, you know, kind of the flip situation of Phalanx. I think Colossal becomes a train. I think Colossal becomes a train. So I am like sure of Colossal now. I'm pretty sure Colossal. It just, you know, it makes sense. I think it's gonna become a train. So let me go back over here. Actually, now I remember, one of the things that was leaked with from the Poor League Sky, they weren't able to confirm it, but they said Butterfree. And so, you know, Solipede was giving me the hardest time because I was like trying to pick between other things that had like the same colors because, you know, we look at these stones and we had the stone here that was like definitely Solipede's stone because it's got Solipede's, you know, red, it's got the black, it's got like this purple that I think, because the Mega is described as having like gray on it, like plate armor. And I don't think it was like actually a gray. I think it was like Whirlipede's like gray purple. And like, again, these Megas are referencing their Prevos so much. So like, yeah, that makes sense. But I thought like the, you know, surely the turquoise on it, that don't make sense. Where is it getting turquoise from? Well, you know, Butterfree. So yeah, Poor League Sky wasn't able to confirm Butterfree, but looking at it, I'm just like, oh shit, yeah, it makes sense. On top of that point, Solipede is the representative for Bug in this whole chart, but yet it's Corbeau, it's his ace, you know, using, you know, taking advantage of it being a poison type, but it's supposed to be the representative for Bug. So it kind of like makes sense to me that its stone opposite is, you know, also a Bug. Like they were supposed to be the Bug representatives. So it's kind of like, you know, the DLC almost like sort of like corrects, you know, which one was supposed to be what the stone was supposed to be for. So yeah, in a way, like it makes sense, and it's also that turquoise that didn't make any sense on Solipede, and it still kind of like doesn't make sense to me because it's not even in the stone. It doesn't really need to have the turquoise, but it came from Butterfree. That's what it is. Solipede has Butterfree's blue on it. That's how that lines up. I don't know where Butterfree's going to be, other than I think it's going to, like, be the opposite of, you know, Beedrill. Because I assume, you know, all the known Megas are going to be in the base game, of course. So probably, you know, where Weedle would be is Caterpie's going to spawn. And that's, you know, one of my, not this one. Wow, I keep track of which of these is which. That's one of my, you know, spawn, as I say, spawn swaps is, I think, you know, in alternate, you know, Lumios, all the Weedles are going to be replaced with Caterpies. So where Weedle would spawn, you're going to find Caterpies instead. And that was, like, also, like, another thing that solidified Flygon for me was, you know, thinking about it. It's like, oh, we have the Sandiles. What can spawn in that area instead? Trapinch. Trapinch is going to replace Sandile. That makes sense. So it's like some of the ones that they, you know, added to the game but didn't give Megas to are also, like, hints to what is coming. You know, Pidgey and the Starly. I'll come back to this. So, yeah. So, we're gonna have that. And then, you know, Chandelure and Aegislash was one of the first ones I pegged because, you know, people were looking at that, we're looking at this stone and just, like, immediately people are saying, oh, that's Aegislash, that's Aegislash, and I'm just like, oh, it looks like it could be, you know, Chandelure's eyes, and it's kind of like its flame, it kind of looks like Chandelure. But then we, you know, learned about the, Victory Bell, and, I'm calling it Carnivine, that stone being, like, a reverse color situation, so just, like, that was the, like, the first sign that, you know, this was happening, was that things were getting the stones with the colors flipped. And, you know, thinking between those two, it's just like, oh, Chandelure and Aegislash, you know, two ghost type object mons, and, you know, that makes sense. So I think Victory Bell and Carnivine being both, you know, similar color palettes and both, like, kind of, they're both carnivorous plants, and, like, they're going to go together for sure. So I think I basically just skipped ahead to Carnivine. Let's go back. So yeah, those two were, like, the first ones that I was, you know, catching on to with this mirror form concept. So Chandelure, Aegislash, is, like, basically everybody already called Aegislash. It's just like that's just how it is. We got Skarmory. Skarmory was one of the last ones I figured out, and that was basically that one got, like, shuffled from a dragon, because, God, my throat is going. I might have to grab something to drink in a moment. But, Goodra was, yeah, this is the one I want. So, ace swaps. We know that the trainer for Dragonite, she, you know, she's got, like, purple hair, and someone was able to, I think it was Icy Boy, drew what the trainer looked. Her purple hair basically looks like Goodra. Goodra's, you know, antenna. So I'm like, oh, well, you know, that's gotta be Goodra. And add to that, when Game Freaks does, like, swaps with pseudos, you know, you notice, like, version exclusives, you're gonna have, you know, pseudo here, pseudo there. It's gonna be equal. So if they're gonna swap a pseudo mega, then it's gonna be for another pseudo mega. So it's like the only thing that makes sense was Goodra. And originally I had base game Goodra until I realized that you know, someone else had to have the dragon slot because of the relationship with, you know, how they connected with Skarmory, which you can see, but we'll get down to him in a bit. So yeah, so Goodra, I realized couldn't have the dragon slot, so I had Steel open, And I was like, okay, I guess I have to put Hisuian's Goodra there. That was the only way it was going to fit. And it's a weird one, actually, Goodra, because, you know, the Dragonite Stone, that's another point. The Dragonite Stone, let's zoom in. I thought that was weird because the Dragonite Stone has like this strip of purple in it. And I'm like looking at it, the design for Dragonite, and like, you fudged that so hard. Because the only purple on the Dragonite design is that like the little like purple highlight on the bottom of the pearl. I'm like, that is a lighting thing. That is not really, it's not, why would they have the purple there? And then, you know, looking at, you know, Dragonite and Goodra, I was just like, that's why they put the purple in. And this, you know, have tipped me off with a whole lot of the rest of these, is that the weird colors that they add are because they took it from what their alternate is. So, like, the weird color added to Scolipede, came from Butterfree. And the weird, you know, purple that they tried to squeeze in Dragonite Stone came from Goodra. Like, okay, I get it now. But it's going to be, like, I can't make sense, really, on, you know, if the stones kind of, like, indicate the colors of them, then, you know, it's like, what is Goodra going to look like if this thing is all gold and yellow? The purple makes sense because, you know, it matches, like, Goodra's purple, for one thing. And especially it matches, like, its belly color. The green matches the spots on Goodra, which makes sense. But yeah, Mike's ahead of me right here. I think it's going to be getting a golden shell. I think it's getting a golden shell. Like, okay. All right. Goodra, a golden shell. That's it. Golden shell Goodra. Anyway. So, I guess we can move on to Volcarona here. This one was giving me a hard time trying to figure out who it was. This one I was like mostly basing off of the stone, which, where's that stone? I think it's up here somewhere. Yeah, the Scrafty stone. You know, this one, I was like thinking for a moment, like, oh, maybe Floatzel, because Floatzel is this orange. There's not a lot of Pokemon that are this like bright orange, actually. Especially orange and yellow. So I'm like trying to like figure out, it's like, okay, what's bright orange and yellow and, you know, has like blue to it. And I'm going through them all, and I'm looking, and it's like, I'm like thinking, you know, maybe Floatzel, maybe Rapidash, but as I was like filling out the rest of the chart, I'm like, no, well, couldn't be Floatzel because I had already figured, you know, who was going to take the water slot. So Floatzel had to be ruled out. And I was like, maybe Rapidash. I had Rapidash in there for a bit, but I'm like, you know, despite how it looks in its official artwork has like kind of like bluish hooves. It's like most of the time it's not represented with bluish hooves. So where did this blue stripe come from? And then I saw, you know, Volcarona. And I grab more reference images here. One moment. Grab some reference images. Okay. I was gonna figure out if I can close anything, but let's open up. Alright, yeah, these two. You know, looking at it, and it's like that orange was like the same orange as, you know, Iron Moth. And the yellow looks like the yellow on Slitherwing. So, yeah, that's, you know, like that's Volcarona. On top of that, not you, this one. Let's zoom in. So the other thing is like all these character designs kind of hint at who their alternate world aces are. So, you know, looking at him, and I thought he was going to use Aegislash. I thought for sure, and I'm going to grab another image here because it's going to be needed in a moment. But yeah, so I thought he was going to use Aegislash because of this thing on his tie, but it kind of like it didn't make sense. It just it wasn't fitting together. So, and then I was like looking at the rest of him, and he's got, you know, this like pocket detail, and I'm like, that's just gonna be like the tatters on him, because there's supposed to be holes in the like white hoodie that Scrafty gets in his mega form. So I'm like, that's got to be like one of the holes, right? But you know, I look at it, and it looks like Volcarona's wing or wings. And on top of that, on his sleeve here, you see like this fire thing going on. And I'm like, well, why has he got fire going on? Aegislash isn't fire. Maybe it's like a, you know, I was thinking, you know, maybe it's like the thing from Aegislash is like tattered or something, but he's got like this fire thing going on. And, you know, the white coat, and it's like, huh, you know, that fits Volcarona, actually. And, you know, you think about it, and the Aegislash thing on his tie, I think, is actually like a reference to who he's related to, which is Serrano. And this was something that Holden Hunter had pointed out to me. It was just like, you know, Serrano has like this Honedge scarf, but all he uses is a Nova Pokemon. Well, what is Naveen using? Scrafty and Volcarona. He's got a, you know, Aegislash on his thing here. You know, he's related to Serrano. He only uses a Nova Pokemon. And he's got, you know, friggin' Honedge line motif. On top of that, Serrano's got this like primary color thing going on, the red, the blue, and not you again. Naveen's got secondary colors going on. He's, you know, the orange and the green. So, you know, secondary colors, primary colors. Yeah, Naveen's related to Serrano. He's got the Honedge line motif in his design, but he uses a Nova Pokemon. So, yeah, I'm just like, yeah, that's it. That's it. It's Volcarona. And, you know, Volcarona gets the fire slot, which also, like, makes sense because, you know, both it and Pyroar have got, like, this kind of, like, sun motif going on, sort of. But, yeah, so Volcarona takes the fire slot. And then we get to Milotic, whatever. And this one, I had so many candidates for water, but when I thought about Milotic, it's like, oh, that is the counterpart to Gyarados. Well, who uses Gyarados? Lysander uses Gyarados. And character, somewhat story spoiler, I guess. Lysander and Jet are related. Leaks, I don't know, like, fully, I, like, barely read story leaks and all that, but all I know is that, like, it was said that Jet is, like, the moon to Lysander's sun or something, like, there's sun and moon thing going on. So, you know, the thing about it is, like, somebody swaps for Milotic, right? Lysander's got his Gyarados. I think Lysander, you know, swaps to Milotic. And on top of that, I'm like losing track of my thoughts here. I was, you know, it was, yeah, the Clefable Stone. or what I call the Clefable stone, the one that I assigned to Clefable because it's the only pink thing in the entire, you know, base game. It's like that is, you know, that's also Milotic colors. So I'm just like, Milotic. Thank you. Milotic. Anyway, yeah, that's, you know, Milotic colors. I'm like, this, you know, I think Lysander swaps to Milotic. And, you know, it's like the opposite of Clefable, which is Jet's ace. And I think it's going to be Lysander who gets a Milotic, because, you know, he has the Gyarados, so he's going to get, you know, the opposite of Gyarados. And I think they're going to be like a role reversal between Lysander and Jet. I don't know, you know, fully how this is going to work out, but I think that's how it's going to wind up being, is that Lysander gets Milotic, and he's going to be like the opposite of himself, and having, you know, this beauty Pokemon with him that is basically Gyarados' counterpart. And I think it's going to be Fairy, because, you know, it's like the opposite of Clefable. And also, Mega Gyarados is Water Dark. So it's like Fairy's kind of like the opposite to Dark. But, kind of like losing track of my thoughts here. Yeah, so I was just like, okay, that's it. Water has to be Milotic. It cannot be anything else. It's just like, this is like too good. It just makes too much sense. So, Mega Milotic. And we already talked about Victreebel and Carnivine, you know, both being basically like the same thing. Carnivorous plants, so that one's what it is. Lantern was throwing me for the biggest loop trying to figure out where Lantern fit in here. You know, I early on after Lumi, you know, Trader Lumi, after he had pointed out, you know, that where it was like Trubbish in I should probably grab that image too. Woefully unprepared. Yeah, I'll also grab this one. There's so much into this. So much. Where is that thing? I think it's up here. Scroll. Oh, I really talk too much on Twitter. I really do. God damn it. No, it was the other way down. I should really just like keep these images saved in a folder so I don't have to go back for them. Also, it's like I don't want to show my browser, so I'm just gonna watch my cursor move around randomly instead. Alright. At least I think that's how that's working out. Let's open these up. So, here we go. And so in base game X and Y, we have, you know, in Sycamore's lab, you know, this Trubbish on the screen here. It was you know, somebody, you know, went and checked out Sycamore's lab in one of the demos, and it was, you know, discovered that it had been replaced by Lantern. Well, you know, it makes sense why they used Trubbish in X and Y, because I've noticed this throughout X and Y, there seems to be like a lot of Unova Pokemon used in like the decor. Like you look at Parfum Palace and they've got the Unova Legendaries out, you know, the statues out there, and they also have like Golurk and Palpitoad statue near Parfum Palace. And in Sycamore's lab, there's a whole bunch of pictures of Unova Pokemon, and it's like, okay, so the reason why they did that was because Unova was the game that they had just, you know, worked on before started doing this. So there's so much Unova references because that was recent. But, you know, why would you use Lantern now? You know, it's not new. It didn't get anything recently. So why pick Lantern? Because it's about to get something. That's why you would pick Lantern. There's like no other reason I can think of why you would pick Lantern for this, unless it was a hint. And we already know that Game Freak's, cheeky. Yeah, to our knowledge, Lantern isn't even in the base game, so it's just like, why would you have that there? And the only thing that makes sense is, it's getting something, it's going to be in the DLC. And, once you think that, it's just like, oh, well, it's got like the same face as Electros. It must be like, their image of Electros, right? But I couldn't like make that work color-wise. Especially because when, I realized that, where is it? I think it's down here. Yeah, that Snorlax and the Electros have the same colors. And it would like make sense to me to give, this is Mega Snorlax some like maybe yellow and red details. Or actually, no, not red. Maybe yellow, but definitely like Mega Electros has a lot of white on it. And so I think Mega Snorlax is going to have like a white sumo band on its waist. So I'm just like, oh, yeah, I can't, reconcile Lantern fitting in with having Electros' stone if, it's going to be Snorlax and Electros that are swapping. So it like took me so long to figure out where Lantern fit in here. And that's because, convenient that she's right next to it. Because we got leaks from that Corey guy about the Jinx, that she's going to get a Mega. And it seemed to imply that she's going to get a blue dress, which, looking at her, and this like makes absolute sense. Lita's hyperspace ace is going to be Jinx. Like, I'm absolutely sure of it, partly, because, Jinx has this, her dex entries talk about how she, the swaying of her hips basically makes people dance with, without realizing it. And Lita's whole thing is dancing. So she's going to swap to Jinx. And if you look at Lita's whole, like, sweatshirt thing going on, it's like, it's a reference to Tierno, who's, like, probably her brother or something, I don't know. But her sweatshirt is like shaped like Jinx, and her sleeves and her dress. So it's like, oh, so we're gonna right. And so I like had her with the stone predictions. I had Jinx paired up with Malamar originally, which like it makes sense. It's got like Jinx's purple. It's got the yellow for her hair. It's got like the blue for what I assume the dress is going to turn into. And I thought, maybe Jinx and Malamar are opposites because they both like kind of like hypnotize people in a way. So it's like I couldn't figure out where Lantern fit in until I, realized, Starmie and Jinx are the same color palette, basically. They're both purple, yellow, red. So it's like, oh, that makes sense. That like filled another hole because it was weird that I scroll better. It was weird that Naveen's ace, that he swapped to stick with the same like stone. He swaps to Scrafty's basically mirror here. So he doesn't change stones. If Lita had swapped and from Starmie to Jinx, and Jinx was using that, Malamar, I call it Malamar stone, then she would be swapping stones. I'm like, that's kind of weird. Why would they do that? Because they don't. It's just, Starmie and Jinx have the same color palette. They're going to have the same stone. So, crazy shuffling. But, I was having a problem. I was having a, big problem because of, this blue stone here. Admittedly, it, like, barely fits Frostlass even. And I was just like, couldn't get Lantern to take that spot because the Lantern has, you know, the yellow on it. There's no way they're going to abandon the yellow on Lantern. And then I was talking to someone earlier. Somebody was giving me shit about, you know, oh, these Kanto Pokemon have Gigantamax forms. They're not going to get Megas, blah, blah, blah. And, saying it's like, these are popular Pokemon. If anything, I'm surprised Lapras doesn't get one. And then it's like that clicked. And I'm like, oh shit. This is Lapras's stone. Duh. Duh. Like, absolutely no shit. It's gotta be Lapras, right? And so I had to move Lapras into the Ice slot, which meant that I had to move Jinx into the Psychic slot, which meant that I had to take Galarian Slowking out of Psychic and put him up in Poison and then kick Sneasler out. Because I had Sneasler there, because I thought, oh, Sneasler's got like the same color palette as Starmie almost. Maybe Ingo shows up and he's got Sneasler with him still, and maybe it gets a Mega. But that, in retrospect, that also didn't make sense because Weavile wasn't getting one. And they're like completing pairs here to like such an extent that it's just like, yeah, they're not gonna do that, except they did it to Drampa. So, yeah. But a lot of these classic ones, they weren't gonna do that. So it's like, okay, yeah, no, makes sense, actually. This is Lapras. And, the funny thing about that, is like, if you look at this, as usual, there's a whole bunch of Kanto Pokemon, but you see which specific ones they chose? Snorlax, Machamp, Butterfree, Lapras. They're, except for Kingler, they're all the ones that got Gigantamax. They specifically chose, the ones that got Gigantamax, except for Kingler. They chose the popular ones that got Gigantamax, except for Kingler. And of course the ones that aren't final evolutions, but yeah, I think there's a, purpose to that. And part of that, probably has something to do with, this whole Galar theme that's going on with the DLC. So, yeah. Definitely Lapras. It makes sense. Nobody cares about Kingler. Sorry, Kingler. Milotic has the water slot, so we can't. We can't. Anyway. So move on to Haxorus. And Haxorus. Well, I was what was that? I was trying to as I was piecing things together. I was thinking of like what people had pointed out that like, oh, it's funny because with all these Megas, they almost have all of the ones that I think Emmet owns. Almost all of Emmet's Pokemon are, his like main like 4 that he's associated with, or most of it Emmet's. They're like, they got almost all of his Pokemon, except for like Haxorus. And I'm like looking through, I'm just like, I went looking at Emmet's Pokemon, like, oh, Haxorus actually. And how does Haxorus fit? Well, we know Skarmory's Mega is gold, and I think it's got red claws and green wings. Well, we look at Haxorus, and it's gold. It's got the red. And again, these Megas are referencing their Prevos, the pre-evolutions. What colors are Haxorus pre-evolutions? Green. He takes the green from, Fracture and Axu. So that's, that explains why Skarmory is gold. The other reason why Skarmory is gold is, with Corbo's second hand, I mentioned this on Twitter. I think he's like a big Johto reference, really. Because, again, we got Skarmory, we got the Steelix. Skarmory and Steelix were the first 2 steel types ever introduced. we don't count Magnemite because it, you know, it already existed. It just got a new type added to it. But Skarmory and Steelix were the first two steel types ever introduced in gold and silver. What color is Mega Skarmory? Is gold. What color is Mega Steelix? Or Steelix in general? Silver. Gold, silver. There's like so many reasons why Skarmory is gold. I don't know what their canon explanation is going to be for why it turns gold. But there are so many reasons here for why they chose gold. And swapped it to its like shiny palette instead. It's a gold-silver reference. It's the inverse of Haxorus. That's why Skarmory is gold. And that's why Haxorus had to be here. And that's why Haxorus, pure dragon type, had to take the dragon slot, which kicked Goodra out of the dragon slot, and put Goodra, I had to put, you know, his swinging Goodra into steel. So that's how that, you know, lined up. Let's get you out of here. And then, you know, get the Pangoro. Pangoro is kind of a given. You know, we knew that Vinny uses Mega Lopunny in the base game. And so, you know, thinking, you know, everybody's changing their aces. So he's going to use Mega Pangoro. So Pangoro had to go here. And then we already talked about it earlier. The Poor Leaks guy, I think, mentioned Dedenne plus Corey. So I couldn't figure out if Dedenne was going to be the representative for Electric or Fairy. But once, you know, once things fell into place, it's like Dedenne goes into Fairy for sure. So yeah, that's kind of like how this all lined up. Let's zoom out on this. And you can see here too, like with the different color palettes, that like it lines together. You know, they fit. Clefable, Milotic fit, Chandelure, and Egg Slash. I did, you know, once I finally like put Lapras in with the Frostlass, it was like, okay, Lantern has to be paired with Malamar then. It's got, you know, the blue. It's got the yellow. I guess I'd probably have purple added to it. It's got like this white going on. You know, they share a stone. Scrafty and Volcarona share a stone. And the white coat thing going on. They share... you think about it. Drampa turned... its white clouds turned black. So that and Pangoro has this green... it's gonna be easier if I just open up Vinny again. Like Vinny, and you can see it, he's got the green going on, so you know it's that green. So Pangoro's stupid little branch swaps with, you know, it shares color with Drampa's green, and you got the black storm clouds black, and you got the white. So yeah, Pangoro is going to share with Drampa. We talked earlier about how Machomp's belt and Phalanx is like everything. It's mirror. Those are mirrors. The golds, you know, these brown and orange dipshits, the pointy heads. These two like still are like hard. I wonder if this was even like the last thing that Game Freak put together, because, you know, these color palettes almost don't like make sense. It must have been hard to reconcile. But you got the, you know, like a purple, you got the blue, not having any of the white for, you know, whatever reason. This one, I'm kind of like, you know, proud of this Pyroar Dedenne connection. The color palettes aren't really that like close, but I think there's a logic behind pairing them together, besides them like really extremely fudging it. Like you can pull, like when Pyroar attacks, its main lights up and it turns this orange, and Dedenne has like the orange on his cheeks. And other than that, it's like these colors like almost close, but the thing that like makes the most sense for why they would pair these two together, other than the colors, is that I think it's a reference to Aesop's Fable, The Lion and the Mouse, which apparently in the Perry Index of Aesop's Fables is number 150. It all comes back to Kanto, doesn't it? Number 150, the original number of Pokemon. Lion and the Mouse. Game Freak is cheeky on like so many levels, and I think that's like partly a cultural thing. But yeah, they are like really cheeky with their references. It's so good actually when you dive into it. We talked about Dragonite and Goodra and the Golden Shell, Snorlax, the Electros, finally piecing together Jinx and Starmie, Barbaracle and them. It's this one, oh, there's another image I have to grab. Let's see. Let's see. I hate doing this one. Yep. Okay. Got that. Okay, so these two, I was like, it's hard to really like, because there's no brown on Galarian Slowking. They seemingly don't have a lot of color overlap, but if you look at it, this is one of the first things I noticed about Mega Dragalge, his design, is that for some reason, you know, regular Dragalge's got like this like, another, I should probably grab for a reference. One of the changes from Dragalge to Mega Dragalge is, okay, got this. So you see it's got like this flat purple color. It, you know, same color all throughout. In Dragalge, it goes like pink to purple. And I thought like that's kind of, that's a choice, I guess. But you think about it, and that's because it's the pink and purple from Galarian Slowking. So they, you know, took from Galarian Slowking's design and made Dragalge pink and purple for that reason. And then we already talked about Hawlucha and Flygon. Yeah. So like this all lined up. It all lines up, and you know, if it turns out that I'm like wrong about at this point any of this, I'll be kind of surprised. Kind of not. And I feel like the universe tries to spite me, but this all lined up. And it's just like crazy how well it lines up. So, you know, let's look at the ace swaps. So, yeah, Lita swaps from Starmie to Jinx. Naveen swaps from Scrafty to Volcarona. And the interesting thing about these is that, you know, they've got a fire and ice thing going on. You know, Jinx is ice, Volcarona is fire. So I got fire and ice. We know Vinny swaps, well, we know Vinny has Mega Lopunny, so he swaps to Pangoro, and this was like another thing that I was tracking these in my puzzle just because like the ace swaps can like inform, you know, who the counterpart might be based on like the trainer's design, because, you know, the trainer designs have hints of like both their megas in them. So I was like figuring out who's got what, and Vinny was like a important piece, because I realized that like some of them switched from old to new and new to old. Actually, as far as I know, he's the only one that goes from old to new, but no, well, not the only one. Not the only one. One of the only ones that I am aware of that goes from old to new. But, you know, once you figure that out, that's why I tracked all of these ones too. Let's skip the Clefable and Gyarados for a moment, because they're big. I'm not sure about Emma's Malamar, if she's going to switch to Slowking or not, but maybe. Corbeau, I'm still not sure what he's swapping to, but actually Blaze Incineroar mentioned something about, you know, maybe he swaps to Dragalge. And that actually makes sense because it kind of makes sense to me because for one thing, Corbo's, he's got some of the things on his outfit look like these little baubles on top of Mega Dragalge's head. He's got like, you know, that little crescent moon shape there. And on top of that, like Dragalge is the poison representative, not Scolipede. So it kind of like makes sense in the DLC that we kind of like get retribution where, you know, Dragalge gets to actually represent the type that it's supposed to be representing. So, you know, Corbo might swap to Dragalge in the DLC. Kind of a weird choice to be like that, but I am. So maybe I'm like still not sure about that swap. But, you know, and we talked about how Philippe goes with the you know, gold and silver reference, the Skarmory and Steelix. The Hawlucha, Machamp, and Phalanx, Snorlax thing. These could be swapped. You know, either way, they're in the same area. These ones are actually interesting, and it was like a little tough to piece together because I was still trying to like figure out where Lantern fits in. Then I would, you know, went back and I read the descriptions for like the trainers for these guys, and Excadrill's trainer Tarragon, it says like he's got, you know, a brown hard hat with the Mega Stone is on the forehead, you know, probably where like the light would be on a, you know, hard hat. Well, you know, you look at Alakazam, he's got that stone, you know, that gem on his forehead, and Tarragon also was described as having like a big beard, big, you know, old man with big white beard. It's like, he must have Alakazam. And his partner in that area, Canary, so, you know, has, you know, the electric Electros. He's said to have bad posture. I'm like, well, who looks like he's got like terrible posture? I think he's also like described as having a yellow hoodie or something, or crop top hoodie or something. So it's like, that's Manectric. And to like further solidify that, let's see. We know that, where is it? Oh, I have it around here somewhere. No, I do not. Okay, I'm gonna grab another image then, I guess. Let's go back. Oh, where is it? There we go. Okay. Let's grab this. All right, this symbol. So we know this is for Tarragon and Canary, their thing. If you look at this, we've got the shape of Manectric, you know, his whole like electric spine there. And then you've got this weird pink shape. If you look at, I'm going to grab another image. You look at Alakazam. Let's grab this up. If you look at Alakazam, it is the same, you know, it's got the purple, but it's also got like this hourglass shape with its body that fits that pink symbol there. So, you know, this references, you know, their DLC megas, Manectric and Alakazam. So that's why I believe those two swapped to the, you know, two old megas. And assuming like everything's fair, then suddenly it made sense why the dojo was swapping to two new ones. And now we can scroll on back up to the big ones, Clefable and Gyarados, which I should grab another image for. Oh. So I was like having the hardest time trying to like figure out who, you know, because it was like once I clocked in that, you know, Milotic, once I clocked in that Milotic was probably going to be replacing Gyarados, or, you know, maybe it was going to be replacing Clefable, and I was just like, who's going to replace Clefable then? Because Clefable's going to need an opposite. You know, it's like, it's definitely these two characters are going to be here and changing their aces. And it's going to be, you know, Clefable swap for something, Gyarados swapping for probably Milotic. So what is Clefable going to swap to? And I was thinking, you know, maybe Gengar, maybe they're going to reference, you know, the whole Clefable Gengar thing. And I'm thinking like, you know, Clefable was described, its Mega's described as having like this green on its wings. And I'm like, that is a weird choice. Why are you putting green on Clefable's wings? And so I'm like thinking, you know, Gengar has like that pink magenta kind of color coming, you know, gradient coming from the bottom of it. Maybe they're referencing that. Maybe maybe that's what they're going to do. But then, you know, I was thinking about it and I'm just like, you know, I realized we got Salamence here. It's got the big wings. Red is, again, the, you know, inverted version of, I'm just going to invert the image just for funsies here. Yeah, so you invert red, you get green. So, you know, that's why Clefable has the giant wings. That's why it's flying type. That's why it's got the green on it. It's the opposite of Salamence. And you know, extra reason why I believe that Jet is swapping to Salamence is that she's the moon to Lysander's sun, right? Her whole thing is she's the moon. Well, Roaring Moon. It's Roaring Moon. That was a hint. That was a clue. They told Salamence is the moon. So, Jet swapping to Salamence. And, grab another image. And you can see it. You look at Jet's design, really. Let's open Jet. You look at Jet's design, and you know, as I said, like all these characters are hinting. So we look at Jet. Oh, what's she got? You know, she's got Clefable's like barrette for her hair, because the Mega Clefable is said to have a, you know, like a beret. I don't know how to pronounce it. But you know, let's look at the rest of Jet's design. Let's look a little closer even. So we look at her eyebrows, and yeah, let me bring up Salamence. Let me bring up Salamence. So we look at her eyebrows. She's got Salamence eyebrows. She does. Or eyelids or whatever. Yeah, not eyebrows. She's got Salamence eyelids. She really does. Nope. So yeah, she's got Salamence's eyelids. I mean, she's basically got Salamence's eyes. Her collar here, shaped like Salamence's wings. And you scroll down a little further. Look at this. Let's look at this ring. You see this ring she's got on her finger? Salamence's little flying gear here. You know, that's why it's got the little angles on the ring, I think. I think the ring is a reference too. I think it's part of the reference in the design. And then we go a little down here to our little ankle bracelet. And what did Salamence have on his legs? Yeah, kind of the same shape. So yeah, it's like they went real subtle with it. But she's got Salamence in her design too. So like, it all adds up. We got Roaring Moon, we got Salamence, we got Jet and uses Salamence. So let's get you out of here. And yeah. So, like I said, all the pieces came together. It just, you add it all up, it all comes together. So, yeah. Yeah, I think I've got this DLC, like, largely figured out. I noticed that they didn't, like, do, for the starters, they didn't really do any inversions on the stones. I think it was probably hard to reconcile. They did start to. You can see it with Delphox and Cinderace. These stones are like nearly identical, except for they swapped the two inner stripes. But like Inteleon and Greninja are like not remotely similar. It looks like, and then this blue is actually supposed to be a black. It don't look. They don't look very alike. And neither does Rillaboom and Chestnuts, but I think for these ones they didn't really care to make the stones alike. I think they tried though, because according to the leaks that we had, they said, you know, that they had changed Mega Chestnut's design. It had originally had like orange on it, and so I think they were trying. They were trying to make Chestnut and Rillaboom have the same color palette and just gave up. So yeah, like an effort was being made, but it just they decided no, it's enough to just have them there. On top of that, oh no, hey, no, my browser's being a little screwy. On top of that, no, okay, there we go. No, I'm lag. All right. Another thing I like noticed with Rillaboom and Chestnut, oh, the other way, is that there's like this similar size and shape between these shields and Rillaboom's drum. So you can see like there's this connection going on there too. And the other thing, this one, like, really, like, I was flipping out. I realized that, oops, too close. I zoomed in more. What am I am directionally challenged. Okay. Yeah, look at this. Mega Greninja and Inteleon, their poses are mirrors of each other. I mean, the legs aren't in like the exact pose, but you see the arms thing, and it's like they try to like disguise it as, you know, that like ninja pose. And other people have like argued with me about this, but if you look at that actual pose, you know, reference images for that pose, you know, both hands should be together. For some reason, this Mega Greninja is a freaking lazy ass, and he's got his arms like crossed while he's doing it. Like, why is he doing that? Because there's mirroring Inteleon. It's like, oh. This is also why he's got the black on him. Although, like, another like thing to note is that all of the Mega Kalos starters seem to pull from their shinies, too. Game Freak, I think, it's like taking advantage of all the references they can. But, you know, the, like, Chestnut pulls from its shiny, and Delphox pulls from its shiny, but it's so they can look more like the Galar starters, and they can have this, you know, thing going on. Like, this is like so much ties together. But yeah, these two are mirroring each other. I'm just like, oh, you freaking, yep, Galar starters. So yeah, that's what's going on there. On top of that, we look at these ones. We don't know much with these, how this is going to pan out, because it's like we don't have the stones to reference for either of them. All we have is like just like this concept that, you know, if Hyperspace Lumiose is a mirror Lumiose, then they're going to mirror these starters. And it kind of like makes sense why they only changed like one. You know, instead of having like all Johto starters or having a mixed batch, it's just like, this is so you can see the, you know, the flip. like the reverse and like connect them together thoroughly. That's why they flipped them, and why, you know, they took Tepig instead of Cyndaquil. But, you know, what I am like trying to like figure out, and I might have to look at Embor's description again, is just like who are they using? Which forms are they using for the Typhlosion and Samurott Megas? That's what I'm curious about, since we know that, you know, they got like the Hisuian forms in the game. They've got Galarian, they've got Alolan. So I'm not like sure which Typhlosion it's going to be that's going to get the Mega. But one thing I'm like thinking is just like, for Alligator's design has always sounded incredibly stupid. I'm just going to say that. With the stupid, like, you know, giant alligator head that covers its head, so it's got like a, you know, a helmet. Well, if you look at that and you look to like Samurott, it's like, it suddenly makes sense now why they focused on for Alligator's head. It's so they can look similar. So, yeah. I can't imagine what they're going to do with the Typhlosion, but they might like put a big, you know, flower on the tail of Serperior maybe, or maybe just like that, or it's just going to be, I mean, for sure they're going to turn the neck decoration to like the fleur-de-lis and just be very literal with that. But yeah, I think like it makes sense now why they focused on for Alligator's head. It's going to be Samurott, and I'm thinking like maybe they're doing Hisuian Samurott, because that's got the red on the shell helmet. So maybe it's going to be him. But I don't think Emboar was described as being like purple. I'll have to look again. Yeah. Yeah. I know Corey said something about Serperior, so we were all like, we were clocked in. It's like definitely Serperior is happening. But I think the other two are going to happen also, and this is why, you know, for Alligator has the stupid head thing going on. And I don't know about Typhlosion. I don't remember what Embor's description was. I've never really paid attention to it, but I don't know if they're gonna do like Hisuian Typhlosion gets a Mega, or if it's just gonna be Mega Samurott. Or it's hard to like figure out what they're doing with these regional variants, unless it's gonna be, and this might explain why I'll include in Alolan Raichu, unless they just want to like keep all the regionals, is maybe the regional variants can use the same stones, and this would actually maybe make sense. Is that, yeah, because actually thinking about it, maybe the Alolan, they're gonna make it so the Alolan forms use the same stones and just change to the same forms, because this one. If we look at Goodra, and if it gets the same, that green, I'm gonna pull up another image. We look at Goodra. I should really been a bit more prepared for this, but if we look at Goodra, let's open up Goodra. Okay. So if we look at Goodra, Hisuian Goodra loses the green. So, I mean, maybe when it megas, it gets the green back, but it loses the green. So, I don't know, maybe the regional variants just, they, you know, have the same megas as their base forms. But one thing that I hesitate on that is Slowbro. Like, they're not gonna like retcon Mega Slowbro, and it doesn't have any design elements of Galarian Slowbro, obviously, because it came up so much before. So like maybe not. I don't know. Yeah, it's tough to say. I'm not about to make that kind of prediction. Maybe they are just for the regional forms. Maybe they're not. Maybe they're not. Who knows? We'll see. But yeah, so I think that's happening. I think I've covered like most of it. So we can just like look at the spawn swaps here. So we talked about these. I think some of these are. Do I have the image? yeah, no, I keep like deleting my images after I post them on Twitter, so I have to keep re-downloading them. But let's grab the, no, I don't know where it is. That's not, there it is. Okay, so I need this image. Okay, so these spawn swaps, some of these ones that I've put in, it's because I had like figured out like a while ago which Pokemon we haven't like seen in a while in a Game Freak game, not counting BDSP because it's just that's all everything from Gen 1 to 4 just like kind of shoved in, but which ones haven't been seen in like a new game in a while. And I had this I made this, and so you can see the Beedrill line hadn't been seen since Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee. Before that, it was an Oros. We had the Pidgey line hadn't been seen since Let's Go. Actually, the Rattata line hadn't been seen since Let's Go. And it was the only Alolan form to not appear since Gen 7. So you notice I put, Alolan Rattata as the opposite to Patrat. Because, it hasn't been seen in a while. That, and you look at Alolan Rattata and it's got kind of like a French mustache thing going on. You just, it looks French. Seems a little insulting, but, stereotypical kind of like French. Tailo hasn't been seen since Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon, and it was in Ultra Space. And it didn't seem to be in the base game, so I'm just like, well, if they're putting all these ones I haven't seen in a while, then they might put Tailo where Fletchling is in the base game. Do that swap. And that also like ties in with the theory that, maybe the Hoenn Legendaries are going to be in the DLC. So this DLC is going to have like Hoenn representation. It's going to have, Galar. It's going to have Alola. It's going to have Hisui, I guess. And so I'm like, maybe Tailo will make it in. Another one that hasn't been seen in a while is, the Ladybug line. Zoom in a bit. Yeah, Ladybug hasn't been seen since Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon. And we saw a Spinarak in the trailers. And it's just like, huh, that's weird. These two are like, these two are counterparts. Have been since like Gold and Silver, I believe. Where, one shows up in the morning, one shows up at night. Those two are usually paired together. So I'm like, that's weird. And then I went and looked at my my chart here of these Pokemon that I hadn't been seen in a while. I'm like, oh, Ladybug's going to be in the DLC. Doesn't get anything new, but it's going to be there. At least I don't think it gets anything new. Who knows? And another point is like people focus a lot on the Megastones for the starters, but the starters appear in the the wild. So what's going to spawn where Chespin and Fennekin and Froakie appear in the base game? Well, it's going to be Grookey, it's going to be Scorbunny, it's going to be Sobble. I think the Slowpoke's going to swap for Galarian Slowpokes because, Galar is taking over France. So it makes sense. And it also explains why we get, Galarian Slowking. Clefairy, so as we discussed, Clefairy, its counterpart is its Salamence, its counterpart, Clefairy must, basically, Clefable gets like the most counterparts here. But Clefable's counterpart, it's like, it's Salamence when you're talking about, what Jet's using for her ace. Her counterpart is Milotic when you talk about the stone. Well, what is replacing Clefairy in the wild? Well, I think the Pokemon who has not been seen in the longest out of anybody, aside from the Patrat and the stupid monkeys, who haven't been seen since X and Y, and we already know they're happening, so. But the one after them, who hasn't been seen in the longest, is Skitty. The Skitty line, which uses the Moonstone to evolve, which makes it a good parallel to replace Clefairy. So I think Skitty will replace Clefairy where Clefairy would be in the base game. No, DLC, you're gonna get Skitties running around. They're not getting anything new, but they're gonna be there. Because we're just, we're tying up all our loose ends. And that left me, figuring out, well, what about Spearow? Spearow hasn't been seen since Let's Go. Well, Ekans isn't getting anything. And, I think Spearow might replace Ekans. Makes sense. And I've, I don't know about any of the rest of these. Maybe Castform will replace Furfrou. I mean, it kind of makes sense, I guess, or I don't know. And I don't know about Kecleon either. Castform and Kecleon will probably show up also if we're, getting everybody who hasn't been seen since Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon. Especially, Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon, you think about it, it's with the whole Alola thing that we're thinking about might be happening. Furfrou. Maybe Clamperl? I don't know. But yeah, so taking into account all these ones I haven't been seen in a while. Maybe Kecleon will be in the game and not get anything. Maybe Castform will be in the game and not get anything. Who knows? That's as far as I can, guess with that. And then we have one more that I was thinking about. So, like we were talking about, before with Larry, he's going to be there with his Staraptor. Well, the other Pokemon that is, very closely tied to Larry is Komala, right? And we don't have... Let's open this. Might just stay there. We don't have in Reverse Lumiose, we don't really have a swap for Drampa. There's no extra, there's no other Alolan, no Gen 7 Pokemon that gets a Mega in in my DLC list that I've predictions that I've made up. There's no other, Gen 7 one, unlike, Phalanx and Colossal, obviously, all things being equal. They're paired. There's no pair for Drampa, but Larry's other known Pokemon besides Staraptor that he's kind of closely associated with is Komala. So I think Komala won't get anything, but he'll be in the DLC where Drampa would be. And just be there as Larry's emotional support bearer, I guess. I don't know. So I'm thinking, we're going to have a Drampa Komala swap instead of Turtonator. Because Turtonator's spot, fire and dragon slots are already taken by other things. So, yeah, I think it's going to be Drampa's going to swap for Komala. And I think that's the last of my predictions here is that. I'm going to post that in the Colossal thing later. But, yeah, I think that about covers it. I think that's everything that I think is going on. And how I came to these conclusions. So, anybody has any other questions? We might go back to fishing. Go back to fishing and answer questions while we're fishing, I suppose. Keep Photoshop open for now. Yeah. Okay. Yep, I think I covered everything. You can fish. Anybody wants to ask anything? Got the floor. Other than that, what am I really think could be swapped from this the most? I don't know. I think I'm pretty locked in at this point. Colossal, maybe. or Lapras, or Lantern I still feel a little iffy about, but I also don't. Like, I feel pretty sure about most of them. Mizzy, hi. Anyway. Yeah, I think that I think I'm pretty locked in with most of them. I don't want to be like totally sure, but like the puzzle pieces all kind of fit at this point, like a little too well. One thing is like I'm not sure is like maybe what if, because it feels like it would be wrong for the DLC to have more megas than the base game. Or more anything than the base game, really. So I find it hard to imagine, because you've got the 2 Raichu taking up like the Zygarde and Floette spots as the, you know, specialty Pokemon. So it's hard to imagine that there would be anything else in this game. I don't think Koopa will get anything. It already has its own special form anyway. But maybe it will. I don't know, maybe they will? Could possibly go above? Yeah. Yeah, it's weird, because, yeah, the Raichus, the 2 Raichus take up the specialty slots. And anything else would put us over the 26 that we have for the base game. So other than things coming from champions, which that's a whole other thing that opens us up to more megas being introduced. I don't know how we could get anything else in the DLC, at least. I think champions might be the avenue that we get more, and maybe we'll see, like, I think after the birds, the thing that would make the most sense is like maybe Mega Ho-Oh and Lugia, maybe the Mega Beasts, especially. Yes, especially the Mega Legendary Beasts would be something. And I could see that happening, especially with they're wanting to promote champions. And let me pick a fishing spot. They're wanting to promote champions. They're wanting to promote Legends ZA. It's going to be a mega year, basically. You see it in the TCG. We actually got like a low-key hint that maybe Pokopia will have a Mega Evolution in it. Pull! Which, considering the Mega focus of everything else, makes sense. Even the, you know, TCG Pocket has Megas now. Everything's going Mega. So, yeah. Yeah, champions might introduce more Megas. Pull! Oh, we're gonna lose it. Hang on! Yeah. Dang it. At least these things aren't as rare as I thought. Hang on. Dang, that's tiny. Pull! Yeah, so champions might introduce more Megas, but I think it's probably going to be mostly Legendaries. If you think about it. Kind of makes sense. Hang on. Pull! I do wonder, like, how regularly will champions add new stuff? It's like, are we gonna get a whole bunch of new forms from champions, or just is this gonna be like a special 30th anniversary thing? It's gonna be interesting to see how that plays out. Hang on. Pull! Yeah, Gen 9 really got neglected here. I'm not too surprised, because I think, like, typically, with the exception of, like, Melmetal in Gen 8, they don't seem to focus on the previous generation. They go, like, kind of, like, 2 generations back, I think. Because you think... Paul! You're gonna lose that one. You think about Legends Arceus, and like the most recent thing that they had there was Gen 7. They didn't have anything from Gen 8, really. Granted, that was like the same generation. Well, we are talking about the same generation, so... Yeah. If you look at Legends Arceus, the most recent thing was Gen 7 with the Decidueye. So, yeah, and I think that could be like a part of the thing with that is that they are developed concurrently. So if you think about it, Legend ZA was made being made the same time that Gen 9 was still being made. So they probably would have been pulling from, in fact, ZA, yeah. ZA would have been being made around the same time that they were still conceptualizing Gen 9 even, so that's probably like why they're not including stuff from the same generation, is that they're being made at the same time, so the stuff that they're like planning, it hasn't been made yet for them to be referencing it. And so, yeah, that's why you're going to be like less likely to see Gen 9 Megas in this game, because the Gen 9 basically was still in the process of coming into existence. So they didn't have like the options to pull from as they were like picking Megas for things. So it's going to be, you know, less likely. And same with like Legends Arceus. Gen 8 was still being, you know, developed, so they didn't have Gen 8 to really pull from with Legends Arceus. Pull! Hold on. Fine, don't hold on. I don't really care. So, yeah, I think that's why we're not really seeing Gen 9 happening. We still could, though. Like, maybe Mega Koraidon, Miraidon, we get through, like, Champions or something. Maybe. I forgot I got Poliwhirl. But, yeah. Yeah, I don't see any Gen 9 Pokemon happening. In the DLC, at least. It remains to be seen what Champions is going to do for this whole series, really. Because if they're going to, like, award things through Champions, then we could get stuff introduced at, like, any time. New forms, at least. Who knows? It could get wild. Like, basically, you have to look at it. Like, Champions, it's not... I mean, as much as Pokemon Go is connected to the mainline games in that you can transfer Pokemon from it to home, Champions, I think, is more connected to the mainline games in that it's basically, they took the, you know, the ranked battles and the VGC out of seemingly out of the mainline games and made it into a separate thing. But it's basically, it's like, it's connected, it's tied in. So I think it's more likely to get forms that could maybe be transferred to the mainline games. Or at least, you know, the games that have whatever mechanics in them. So, yeah, Champions could be wild in the long run, actually. I think it could be pretty wild, and we could get new stuff like dropped at any time, and it would be absolutely insane. So we're entering a new era, I think. I think we might be entering a new era, especially with Champions. It's going to be having like all the gimmicks, and these gimmicks. Yeah, these gimmicks we only see like when they make a game that uses them, which could be, you know, a decade apart as we're seeing now, or it could be never again and you only see them in Champions, really, and, you know, all the side games, but we don't, not counting those. So if they, you know, keep Mega Evolution, and Mega Evolution is only ever seen in Champions, then they could still introduce more Mega Evolutions. They could introduce more Gigantamax and not need a mainline game. But I think at the same time, they're also going to probably want to have them in mainline games, because a lot of people, they're not into, you know, the pure competitive battling. So I think they're going to, if they release them, it's going to be when we have a mainline game active, current with those mechanics in it. So like if they release a Galar game, a Legends Galar soon, that would be when they start introducing more Gigantamax, and not before that. And, you know, start introducing the Gigantamax and use that as promotion for the Galar, Legends Galar game. So people are probably right that we're probably going to have Legends Galar as the next one, but I don't know. It could be Legends Alola even. I've given up on like that book theory I had. You know, the one with the pink green books. Like, I haven't given up on it. I think it's legit, but I think it's also was referring to just Legends ZA and the DLC. Pink for ZA, green for the DLC because of the Crown Tundra. And I don't think they actually planned ahead past that. So who knows what the next Legends could be? It could be anything at this point. I think book theory is basically done once the DLC is out, because the green book is the DLC. I think they only planned ahead one Legends game at that point, that trailer drop that had the books in it. And they were, the two books are representing Legends ZA. Both of them. The two halves of Legends ZA. So we're basically completely blind as to what the next Legends could be. It could be Johto, it could be a Nova. Actually, it might be more likely a Nova. Ooh, they could do a Nova with Dynamax even, because all the connections between, you know, the US and England. So it could be a Legends of Nova, and they have Galar worked in with, you know, those mechanics somehow. That would be interesting. Imagine if they spun it so like Eternatus is related to the original dragon. Ooh. Ooh, I really, like, I don't want to go like too crazy with theories, but that would be a crazy game actually. And especially with ZA seeming to have so much fan service involved, and being Nova with the original dragon would make, yeah, it would like follow suit, really, if you think about it. If you really think about it, like, they are answering fan demands here. With ZA, they're answering fan demands, and I think the next Legends could answer fan demands as well. So we get, you know, although I wonder, it's like, will they do the same with Johto? Huh. I don't know. I wonder how everything's gonna piece together. If they're on this track of answering fan demand. Are we gonna get a Johto and a Nova? Or are we gonna have a Nova and Galar? It would be crazy to see Eternatus go up against the original dragon or something like that. I don't want to like think too much about it, because I don't like going like, you know, too deep in the, you know, deep in the weeds, but something could be happening there. Yeah, they've been like pushing a Nova and Johto so much. I think again they're hinting. Oh, and I wish I had pulled this up while I still have Photoshop. Oh no, Photoshop's still open. Let's detour back to Photoshop for a second here, actually. I didn't know I was going to do that. Anyway, let's look at this. This is like another interesting point that I was catching. So, Oh, do I? Oh, yeah, I do. Okay. So, you know, as we know, it's like they had the protagonist for Legends Arceus had these shirts, and we know this is the Kalos shirt. This was Kalos, plain vanilla Kalos, you know, and we're like, oh yeah, that was a hint for Legends ZA. That makes perfect sense. And then we look at this shirt, and everybody has been like so confused with this shirt because we thought it was Alola, and then we realized, no, that's actually a shirt from Galar. And this shirt is like incredible, actually, if you think about it, with how much hinting was packed into it. The shirt is from Galar. It looks like, you know, it's a whole Alola theme, and it's got these scarlet and violet flowers on it. So it's like, oh, this was a Scarlet and Violet reference. This was also, you know, if this DLC, yeah, the Alola shirt from Galar, if this DLC has Alola and Galar in it, this, and even, you know, some Paldea, this shirt encapsulates everything that the DLC, oh, go away. This shirt encapsulates everything that the DLC might have in it. This is like the entire vibe of Mega Dimension is, you know, we got some Paldea, we got Alola, we've got the shirt from Galar. This shirt is, it's everything. This shirt is like somehow everything. And I think they chose it, and we were all like rightfully confused. It's like, is it, you know, Alola? Is it Galar? No, it is all of it. Every single bit of it. You know, the Galar shirt, the Alola shirt from Galar, all of it. This is all. So yeah, it's wild. So, man, Game Freak is like insane. Absolutely, they you know, packed to the brim with hints and clues all over the place. And if you point it out on Twitter, they call you crazy. And they're like, oh, stop making theories based on colors, stop using colors as hints, hang on. And it's like, sure, Paul, I will stop using colors as hints when Game Freak stops using colors as hints. Okay? People don't believe it, but it's like, they do this. They've been known to do this. It's real. So, yeah. Pull! Oh, shit. No, we're gonna lose it. Hang on. No, Starmie, come back. I need to not Mega Evolve you. Well, these things aren't as rare as I thought they were. Pull! Tiny Magikarp. Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, so things are lining up. So we know they've been like hinting at ZA and the DLC for a while now, and now with all this Galar Paul, all the not Galar, with all the Johto and Unova hints, like Kitakami was very Johto themed, Blueberry Academy was like straight up Unova. And now we've got Johto and Unova starters getting Megas in ZA. It's like, this is lining up. They're gearing up for something. Pull between Unova and Johto. And other than the fact that those are the two that we haven't seen in a while, I cannot imagine how these two could possibly pair. And I wonder, is it actually going to combine? Are they going to combine them? Could... Pull! Because the other thing to consider is that if they're switching to like 4-year generations now, which they should, then, you know, Gen 10 is going to last 4 years, and they're still going to release things like on a yearly basis, of course. That's an absolute pull. You're gonna lose that one. Anyway. It's like a given. They're not gonna stop doing yearly releases. It's just they weren't even gonna stop for this past one. ZA was supposed to release in 2024, and the DLC was gonna be 2025. So yeah, they weren't going to stop yearly releases, but Nintendo made them because the Switch 2 got delayed, and so everything got packed into a short time frame that we're seeing now. But it was supposed to be yearly releases. We weren't supposed to get a gap. That's just, you know, corporate stuff. So for sure, yearly release is going to continue. We're due for a Nova game, and that's why you came back to us talking about a Nova. We're due for Johto and a Nova, and they've been kind of hinting at Johto and a Nova for quite a bit. In fact, on top of like the ZA starters, on top of the Scarlet and Violet DLC, both being basically Johto and a Nova themed. Kitakami isn't specifically mentioned to be Johto, but I think it's it's more closely located to near Sinnoh, but it had Johto references in it, and it was pretty Johto centric. I think, as I recall, the music in Kitakami is from Gold and Silver instead of, you know, Diamond and Pearl. I think that was with the actually the camera app, yeah, or something. It had Gold and Silver, and yeah, Indigo Disc. The Blueberry Academy is straight up is said to be in the Unova region. So, so we've got ZA starters are, you know, Gen 2 and Gen 5. We got Scarlet and Violet DLC was kind of Gen 2 and Gen 5. And then you look at the paradox, the legendary paradox. It was, you know, based on Gen 2's legendary beasts. It was based on Gen 5's oh yeah, that's another point too. But yeah, Gen 5's Swords of Justice, whatever, the swords. And yeah, the two paradoxes they doubled up on were Dawnfang and Volcarona, Gen 2 and Gen 5. I didn't clock that one. So yeah, it's been like so much Gen 2. And we've heard that supposedly Ilka was working on a black and white. So I'm thinking, like, if they're switching to 4-year generations and they're going to keep this yearly release schedule, then what we might be looking at is next year, of course, Gen 10 releases. Then 2027 we'll get DLC for Gen 10. That makes sense. But what we might see in like 2028 is maybe a black and white Ilka game. And they might have been given more license to do, you know, whatever with it. So it could be like, we could see something crazy. We saw, I mean, Ilka made that One Piece game that looked like so much better than BDSP. So I think 2028 we might see black and white from Ilka. And then 2029, yeah, 2029 we might see a Legends Johto. That might be how this is panning out, because I'm gonna think that, you know, probably Game Freak is going to take like the longest. We already know Black and White is in development with Ilka, so I think that will come up first, and then it'll be Legends Johto. I think that might be how this pans out, and then that way they keep up their yearly releases. Yeah. And you know what? They're giving it a fan demand, so it could be a Black White 3 situation. It also could be, or, you know, maybe they let Ilka make a Legends game. You know, Legends Unova even. Wouldn't that be something interesting? If we get like Legends, you know, 2 Legends games in the same generation. Legends Unova, Legends Johto. Yeah, so that could happen. It would be wild. Or maybe they're gonna start like another series that Ilka's in charge of, and Who knows? Like, really, who knows? But I feel like a Nova game should have, like, Galar references in it. I'm just, like, maybe not, but I kind of feel like maybe. Like, there's so much to work off of if you're, like, connecting these regions together. And again, and like, they're, like, doing things that fans have been asking for. And a lot of people have suggested, like, you know, maybe we should have, you know, connections between Galar and Unova. Terra Unova, yeah. Again, of course, they're also going to be falling on Gen 10 and Gen 10's new gimmick thing. Pull! Oh. Yeah. I don't think we're going to be revisiting Terrastal. Pull! I don't. You should have given up sooner, you dumb rat. Anyway. Yeah, I don't think we're going back to Terrastal soon. There's like no reason. Well, yeah. Huh. They might release those through Champions. Actually, that might be what happens with those terraforms. They might release through Champions. Since Champions is starting off with Mega Evolution in Terrastal for sure. Pull! Pull! So, yeah, Champions is like the wild card that could be, you know, introducing stuff. Although, you know, when will they use it in a main series game? I don't know. It's weird. Kind of weird to think about. Hold on. Pull! Yeah. The VGC guys drive me crazy because I think they forget that the things exist outside of the VGC. And if you try to speculate on the VGC, they get so defensive about it. Like, even suggesting that Champions was going to take over VGC, they were going like so up in arms. Pull! And it's like, guys, it's an app dedicated to you. What else do you think they're going to do with it? Okay, alright. We're gonna be fishing. Oh, yeah. Just... Pull! Hold on. I think we're entering like a new era with this franchise when it... I mean, new possibilities. And new 4-year generations. Pull! Which hopefully will make us have games that look less like Scarlet and Violet did. Ouch. Yeah, I think maybe they woke up and they realized, like, oh, we do actually need 4 years. And maybe that will actually continue after this. That'd be nice. Yeah, we're gonna be a wild time. Okay, I need Poliwag, I need Seadra, and I need Starmie? I think it's Seadra. Sleep. I don't remember if this game has Kingler in it. Yeah, I think I accidentally said Kingdra earlier. But yeah. It's like I don't like getting too deep. As I said, I don't like getting too deep in the weeds with theories, but there's just like so much. So much. They're like heavily hinting. Really heavily hinting. Lately. And trying to like see, you know, where they're going with this. It's kind of wild. And a lot of people are like, "Oh no, you're crazy. You're smoking shit. You're thinking too much about it, Paul." And it's like, no, I think that these hints are getting a little heavy-handed, actually. I think these hints are a little heavy-handed. Pull! One of the things I'm like interested to see pan out is I think I've already pegged what the colors for Gen 10 are going to be. I think it's going to be like a yellow and green because there are like 2 cushions on that roof area in Legends ZA that are like neon yellow and neon green. Pull! Unless they're those yellow and green... Alright. Unless the yellow and green was like hinting at the DLC being like Isle of Armor and Crown Tundra related, then although it's a different shade of green, so I don't know. Pull! Pull! But I think those 2 pillows mean something. Again, there's always going to be like the things like the flowers and the pillows, just they're going to hide their hints in. But yeah, those things, like you see in the like the night scenes, they're practically glowing in the dark. Those are hints to something. Pull. Oh, no, why did I tell you to pull? You don't have anything on yet. Pull. But yeah, so it's like you don't want to go too crazy with the like the colors, but. And then another thing I noticed with the colors is that these color hints are always in like key areas of the game. So like pull and pull. Fine. In Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire, the cushions were basically in the Game Freak vacation spot. You know, the in-game Game Freak reference where they had like the Game Freak employees all hanging out on vacation, I guess. I think that's what it was. I forget. I didn't play it. But so that's where they put that hint. For Scarlet and Violet, the flowers, they were in the starting area of Legends of Arceus. There was that island in the middle of Obsidian Fieldlands or something, whatever that's called. So they put that in the beginning area, and the same with BDSP. The flowers I think was in like the first town that you're in. I think it's in one of the first towns, I think. So it's like they put these in key areas. Another one that I think was actually the color hint for Sword and Shield. This one's like a little dodgy. I'm still trying to like, still want to like look and see if I can find more evidence for it. But I think it was like the post-it notes in Professor Oak's lab. There's the post-it notes that are like Sword and Shield colors, and it's like the colors are like innocuous enough that, I don't blame people for calling me crazy for calling them out. But it's also like your typical post-it note is yellow for one thing. And these are, pink and like cyan colored, which are normal post-it colors. But they chose those, and it's in a key part of the game. And those are the only color post-its they used around the office. Around the lab. So I want to find more evidence for it, but I think that was the Sword and Shield color hint. So then they do this like all the time. Is that they drop these hints, and so I've been looking for the one that is probably in Legends ZA, hinting at the colors for Gen 10. Pull. And I don't know. I think it could be those cushions. It could be green and yellow. I don't know. We'll see. It's always something that will be only confirmed in like retrospect, but pull. I mean, maybe. Yeah, and like people, give you shit for like analyzing colors and looking for clues, and friggin' Joe Sarabi can shove it with how much he gives people crap for that, because it's legit. It is actually, they do this. Pull. It's undeniable. It's really undeniable. Especially when you look at BDSP, like, that doesn't get more clear-cut than that. The whole, and this is something that I find kind of, like, impressive about, BDSP, is that it was, when we say faithful, pull, we mean faithful. That game was, like, very faithfully, yeah. That game was really faithfully reproduced. What's the name of that flower field in Sinnoh? Pull! Floweroma Town, I think? Is that the one that has all the flowers? I think that's the one that has all the flowers. So they, like, really reproduced those flowers. Like, the whole pattern, that stupid, bizarre pattern that makes, like, no rhyme or no sense to... They reproduced that faithfully, and yet they randomly changed a patch of flowers to be scarlet and violet colors. It's like, you can't deny that. I mean, you can, because, you know... It might be the field. I don't remember. I don't really remember Sinnoh very well, but they reproduced, like, whatever the area is with all the flowers and the weird, like, pattern of flower colors and stuff. They reproduced that faithfully, like, down to the square. Absolutely faithful reproduction. And I'm like, there's no reason to go to that level of detail, but okay, cool. I guess. You guys are wild. Oh, I got the fishing flag again. I didn't even notice I caught everything. So yeah, when they, like, reproduce it that faithfully, and then they, like... Ah, yeah. I don't know. I know it's like one of those sleep. One of those I was looking at and I'm just like, oh wow, they really, like, down to the square, down to the, like, each flower patch. It was all, like, very faithfully done. And yet one area of the game they changed the color of the flowers, just 2 scarlet and violet flowers, and I'm like, you can't deny this. You can't. It's very clearly there. Of course, people will deny it because it's Twitter, and they have the IQ of a nut, but yeah. Hold on. Hold on. It's wild. Pull! Like, when you actually look at what Game Freak does, it's just like, I mean, can't give them any props for quality, but I can give them the props for the you know, cheeky references, for like how clever the pull, their hints and clues and all that is. They do have fun with it. And even like ZA and the DLC being the whole 3D chess game that I just played trying to piece it together. Hold on. Hold on. Pull! The fact that they put it together in the first place is kind of crazy. Pull! One thing I'm, like, curious about with the ZA DLC is, I mean, we have all the signs that, one of the, Ingo, Emmet, you know, those brothers, at least one of them will be there. But, pull! And I don't, pull! Come on. Pull! Fine, don't. Anyway, I don't know them that well because I didn't play Black and White. I only know Ingo from Legends Arceus. So, but from what I can tell, it's like they seem to have crossover with the Pokemon they use. Oh, Pull! At least all the Pokemon that, in, between ZA and the DLC that, of Emmets that gain Megas, at least all those, seem to be, like, assigned to Emmet. And some of them were assigned to Ingo, as far as I can tell. Pull! So I'm like unclear. Is this like, are they going to have Ingo in the DLC too? And are they gonna reunite the brothers? Or is it just gonna be Emmet? Although, considering they've got Hisuian stuff in the DLC as well, because we saw with the Hisuian Gudra, I think Ingo will show up. I think he will show up. But he might not show up with Sneasler, which I had initially thought. I think he's going to leave Sneasler behind, which is probably good because the Sneasler was kind of like important to, was it Pearl Clan? I think he was with the Pearl, no. Diamond? He's with one of those. Anyway, Diamond. I think it was the Diamond. No, it's Pearl. Yeah. They were... What were they? They were in the battle train, I think. I don't remember. Welcome back, Mike. We're talking about Ingo and Emmet. Yeah. So I was like, well, you got signs that definitely... I think, one of the brothers is going to be there. They've got their Innova team. But it might be both brothers? No. What's going on? Oh, no. Pikachu, don't do this again. Oh, we're doing the megaphone game. Yeah, the train guys. Okay. Well, that's charming. Internet be interneting. But yeah, I wonder if they're going to reunite Ingo and Emmet. And I think maybe with the Hisuian stuff that they have in the DLC, then it would make sense to have Ingo there too. So I think we might finally get closure on that. Thank goodness. I don't like Innova, and yet freaking Legends Arceus has made me like, you know, care so much about Ingo. I'm like, these two were a unit and you separated one of them, and why are you crushing my feelings like that? And like, poor Ingo, he just looks like he's been through it. Yeah. So I'm like, I'm hoping, I have a good, good feeling that like maybe hopefully they're not just going to be like, oh, and Emmet's here with all their Pokemon. I hope that's not happening. And that we don't have to wait for another part for like closure on the brothers being, separated. I think with the Hisuian stuff that's going to be in the DLC, as far as, my chess game has implied, plus Hisuian Gudra, we already have confirmation on that being in the game, because they showed it in the base game. With the Hisuian stuff being in the game, then I think Ingo and Emmet are going to be reunited. I think it's going to happen. And we're going to get closure on that. So, I don't know. Fingers crossed. That would be torture. No, I cannot have them do. Alright, Pikachu! Little shit. Yeah, you. Come on. Come on. Yeah. Pull! I don't know why I'm saying pull. My gosh, that's like, it's so used to that being like the word. Get over here! Yeah, you. I hate him when he plays this game. Dude, I prefer you when you're eating random shit. Get over here. Yeah. Hi. I hate that he likes this game. This is so annoying. Hi. Hello. I just need to get fishing done, you little dumbass. Hi. There we go. Yeah. Volo! Boy, that... Yeah, that would be something. You know, that's another thing that we don't really have closure on is, Cognita? For some reason, Cynthia had two relatives in Legends Arceus. It was, you know, Volo and Cognita. Alright, well, thank you for not leaving me lonely. Hi. Hello. Anyway. Yeah, so Cynthia had the two relatives, and we never really, like, got an explanation for what Cognita's deal was. So... On top of that, you know, she had an Amorous. And, what are they called? The Forces of Nature? So that could tie into, Legends of Nova. Oh yeah, that too. Yeah, that's another thing. Huh. And then they had the Archie and the... Actually, I wonder if, maybe we'll get, Huh. This is gonna be weird. There's so many things that are gonna connect together. Damn, this puzzle gets just, like, more and more interesting the more we look into it. And at this point, where it's like we're all kind of, like, dismissing these weird things. Or at least, like, most people are dismissing these things, and like, you know, just like a throwaway, like, funny, weird reference that won't come back later, but I think these are all going to be things that come back later. And they'll answer it in, like, later games. Yeah. Pull! So, yeah, I think this is gonna be, like, wild seeing all these things line up, so that, you know what, I'm here for it, actually. I love the... I like the puzzle aspect of putting this all together, which is why I totally played 3D Chess with the DLC stuff. 3D Chess, 4D Chess, I don't know what to call it. Anyway, pull! I like the puzzle aspect of this stuff. More than I like playing the games. It's like, I'm not even interested in playing ZA. I just, like, want to know and, you know, piece all these things together. Pull! Hold on. Yeah. Yeah. It's like, that was like why Legends Arceus I think had like the best leak season with Ku's Riddles, is because, you know, again, I like putting these puzzles together. And we pieced together like what all the regionals were gonna be and stuff. Pull! Pull! Yeah, like the best part is, you know, the speculating and you know, using what the leakers tell us, using what, you know, Game Freak kind of hints at, and just like putting together all the puzzle pieces. It's like my favorite part about following all this stuff. It's just, you know, seeing how it fits. Pull! So, yeah. It's all a bit wild. And, I'm gonna step away for a moment and get a drink, so I'll be right back. I forgot I was getting a drink before I started, and now my tea is cold, so that's okay. Cold tea is fine. I might wrap up in a bit because I'm going a bit long. This is longer, I think, than I've ever gone before. I tend to go like 3 hours with these streams, it seems like. I just have the stamina for that. But now I think we may have gone 4. So yeah, might wrap up. Let's go fishing one more time. And then I'll end this. Welcome back. I'll end on Cobalt, because I like the beach. And we look at Lapras, who may or may not be getting a Mega. And maybe Slowpoke, who also may or may not be getting another Mega. And maybe we'll catch a Starmie, who is getting a Mega. Pull! Pull! No, no Slowpoke. That's because the Galarian one doesn't exist yet. Oh, please give me a Starmie. That would be such a good note to end on. Pull! Yeah, they could put Mega Starmie back in the bin. I don't want that thing. Pull! No, no, you're gonna lose it. It's fine. It's not a Starmie. Pull! Oh, no. I thought he was gonna give up on me. Because usually, if he doesn't heed the first command, he won't listen to the next one. Okay, well, we managed. Well, you know what? I am glad they're gonna give it a Mega, because I didn't like the Gmax. And I'm hoping... Pull! I'm hoping the Gmax will be something different. I kind of wonder when they, they make all these, are they just gonna look like the Gmax? They might just look like the Gmax. Pull! Is that gonna be like the play, even? Like, is it gonna be like Gigantamax and Mega Evolution become like one mechanic? No, they can't. They can't. Because the Omni Ring has the Gmax symbol on it. I mean, it's hard to see because it's cut off, but I swear that is the Gmax symbol. So, yeah, Gmax isn't going away. Hold on. Hold on. But I think possibly the Megas might look like the Gmax. Of course, we said the same thing about Ash Greninja, and that turned out to not be happening, so who knows? We could get forms that, I think, although considering how things seem to be going, I think, you know what, we're gonna go fishing again, because I'm not done talking. Mega Max, that would be something. Oh. I didn't think I earned a fishing flag, but okay. We're getting rich. We're gonna have balloons to buy, actually. So, go to sleep. We'll buy balloons later. The next stream, we're gonna do more fishing, of course, because I haven't finished the fishing log, and I want to pull up Squirtle. It's kind of upsetting. We were having like such luck, and I was missed out on Poliwags and Starmie. Sleep. No, actually, don't sleep. You know what? Do sleep. I want to know if you can do it during the... No, okay, don't. Where was I? So I'm thinking they, like, very purposely picked, those 4 Kanto Pokemon that got Gigantamax forms. Like, clearly, they picked them. And there's so much Galar reference going on in the DLC that I think it might be actually likely that the Megas will pull from the Gigantamax designs. Pull! Pull! I think that might be likely. And it kind of like makes sense too, because with the way like Frostlass is described, her Mega, I think it has like a cloud of snowflakes around it or something. And that's very similar to the like music notes around the shell on Gigantamax Lapras. Pull! And I'm gonna look at those Gigantamax forms after this. I think maybe it might answer like some of my issues with trying to get that one stone to match. Yeah, the Raichus both basically look like... oh, did they look like... Pull! Huh. Well, no, I'd say the Raichus, they look more like they wanted to give a Mega Evolution to Pikachu, but they couldn't, so they just made Raichu look like Pikachu instead. Which, I mean, they very explicitly were like, oh yeah, they look like Pikachu. I think it's just shilling. Pull! Basically, it's like they were trying to complete the trifecta, you know, Charizard, Mewtwo, Pikachu, and, you know, have them all have X and Y Megas. But they couldn't give it to Pikachu because of the way that Mega Evolution works with the lore, so they just gave it to Raichu, made Raichu look like Pikachu, and it's kind of bullshit. I don't like it. Pull! Yeah, Pikachu got Gigantamax Pikachu got a long lightning tail, and it was made to look like the, you know, the fat original Gen 1, hold on. Hold on. Will you come in? Hold on. Never mind, just let it go. Anyway, yeah, so Gigantamax Pikachu, they made it look like the OG Pikachu, the fat one. Pull! But the Mega Raichus are just made to look like Pikachu. One of them they made into like a jackalope and gave it like lightning bolt antlers. But it's basically like Pikachu with Raichu's colors and Raichu's tail, but with Pikachu's tail slapped on the end of it. Oh yeah. And the other Raichu, the one that looks more like Raichu, is got Pikachu's colors but 2 Pikachu tails. And, you know, the tips of Pikachu's ears on the Raichu ears, basically. So they're both just very, like, we wanted to give Pikachu a Mega. We want to give Pikachu 2 Megas and complete our, you know, XY, most iconic, marketing, popular Pokemon trifecta. But Mega Evolution technically says that we can't, you know, give a Mega to Pikachu, so we just gave it to Raichu instead and called it, you know, made 2 Pikachus and just called it Mega Raichu, and I hate it because I love Raichu like more than Pikachu, and it's rude. It was rude of them to do that. That is one of those things that I don't really like that they're doing. Or did. But you know what? It is what it is. So. I griped. I don't like it. I'm not a fan. And Raichu is perfection. And his Megas suck. So, yeah. It Mega suck. It Mega sucks. Pull! I don't think the Raichus, Mega Raichus really look like Gigantamax Pikachu, though. You know what'd be crazy is if they gave Persian a Mega and made it long. Yeah, Alolan Raichu was pretty decent. Pull! Pull! Yeah. And I wonder how things are all gonna like pan out. The DLC is gonna be like crazy and answer a lot of questions as to how they're gonna handle things. Because people have wondered, just like, will regional forms be able to use Mega Stones? Will they not? I don't think they will. Pull. You know, can regional variants get Mega Stones? I still don't really like Alolan Raichu. OG Raichu's the best. Alolan Raichu's just like too squishy, round doughboy. Literally doughboy, because apparently... Pull! Apparently its design was based on bread. Pull! So he's made to look like a loaf of bread. And if you look at the back of him, you can see it. He looks like a loaf of bread. Alolan Raichu's okay. I prefer original Raichu. And I'm kind of sad the original Raichu didn't get a good Mega, but... Pull! Yeah. Pull! No, don't. Yeah, don't bother. Alolan Raichu's okay. Gen 7 did really good with the regionals. In fact, I Pull! I mean, other than Mr. Mime, I think they've done good with regionals in general. Actually, no. No, Galar kind of like half-sucked between Mr. Mime and Meowth. I don't like Galarian Meowth, and I really don't like Berserker. So, besides those... Yeah. That's gonna be like the interesting thing is like, are they gonna give a Mega to Alolan Raichu? Or I can't imagine. It's like you've got yeah. Can't imagine. Anyway, I said I was gonna stop, but we're still talking about stuff. Alolan Dugtrio is okay. Like, I don't especially love it, but I do appreciate the reference is that, you know, the hair is like Pele hair. It's volcanic material. So that it's got hair like made of like this actual volcanic material that exists in the real world. So it's like cool to like the thought process behind these designs. Yeah, right? Berserker, like, is terrible. And Alolan Persian, like, sucked also. That was one of the things that was not a hit. But yeah, the saddest thing with Alolan Persian is just, like, they kept it hidden from us. They revealed Alolan Meowth, but they didn't reveal Alolan Persian. When we saw Alolan Persian, it's like, oh, you weren't saving it to surprise us. You were saving it because it would have looked, you know, been bad marketing with that stupid fat head. Pull! Like, that was not a good one. And I think they knew it. My favorite, though, is Alolan Executor. Like, I never liked Executor before, but Alolan Executor makes me laugh. The whole thing with its head always like getting cut off because it's so so tall. It's hilarious. And I love it in like Pokemon Go. Yeah, I went up against Dexter even with the team of my trees. And just like hammering away at him with the trees. As I recall, he brought a Togepi one time, I think, and I like hammered the shit out of him. Pull! Yeah, a lot of the time, it's like, that's like the joke with the Alolan Executor is that you can't see its head. It's like, it's hilarious. I love it. I love it. in Go, you can't see its head. In the games when it was introduced, you couldn't see its head. So it's just like when it attacks, it just slams its head down, and that's when you see its head. It's just when its head slams down on you, and it's like, this is the funniest thing. Yeah, I love Alolan Executor. It makes me laugh so much. Pull! Pull! I'm so laughing. I'm just like remembering that one battle with the poor Togepi. I'm like, oh my god. Oh, Executor is the best. Okay. Oh my god. Yeah. Oh, look, we're at the beach, and in the distance, what do we have? A Alola Executor. That's totally what that is. Pull! Freaking bonkers. Oh yeah, I mean, swinging Quillfish is, it's kind of whatever. They're a little lame. Overquill's okay, but they're just, they kind of, yeah. Same. I prefer Johto Quillfish. I find with Braviary, I have like pros and cons for both of them, but I think I prefer the original Braviary too. And what else did we get? The Lilligants, I think both of those are good. I like both of them equally. Alolan Vulpix is good. Alolan Ninetales is good. I like Alolan Sandshrew, not better than regular Sandshrew, but I like Alolan Sandshrew, but I don't really like Alolan Sandslash. Yeah, it is actually weird Mandibuzz hasn't gotten anything. I wonder if they'll remedy that at some point. That and the other... Oh, what's going on? Okay. Oh, we're gonna go get a peach, I guess. Ah, we're shopping. Okay, fantastic. Am I gonna be stocking him in a box again? I'm gonna be stocking Pikachu in a box again. That's okay. Cool. Yeah, the Galarian birds. Galarian birds are almost like the inverse of how I feel about the original ones, is that Articuno was my favorite one. Moltres is okay. It's good. And Zapdos I did not like. That's okay. I mean, I don't have to talk to Pikachu during this. Or I can try. Oh. I can talk to Pikachu during this. I can talk to Pikachu this time so he doesn't get friggin' distracted. Huh. Nice. Keep walking. Keep moving. Doesn't actually do anything for him, though. Huh. You really can't see me. I'm in a box. Keep walking. Anyway, as I was saying, Moltres is good. But I never liked the original Zapdos. And for the Galarian birds, it's kind of like the reverse, where I really like Galarian Zapdos. And I don't really care for Galarian Articuno. I mean, it's okay. I like Galarian Articuno more than I like, you know, original Zapdos. Or Cantonian Zapdos. However we want to call them. OG Zapdos. I like Galarian Articuno more than OG Zapdos, but it's my least favorite of the Galarians. And I do also really like Galarian Moltres. So it's kind of like a reverse situation. I think overall they're good. Yeah, keep walking, bud. Move! Stop talking to Charmander. Keep moving. Shopping. Peach. That's right. Oh, good grief. You are so easily fucking distracted. What do I do to get you to stop waving at Charmander? This is gonna take so long. I am definitely ending after he finally finishes. Did he freeze? What are you doing? Walk! Oh my god. Okay, let's see what we can do. I don't think I can... Ah, there we go. Alright. Anyway. Definitely gonna be wrapping up after this, because this is gonna be a chore and a half to do. He walks so slow. I thought this was gonna be, you know, too bad, but it is way too long to be... Yeah, go ahead and trip. I don't care. Yeah. Galarian Zapdos is so damn good, though. Get up. Like, that was, like, perfection. Honestly, I am impressed that, like, went that good with Zapdos. I mean, the beasts, I think they could do stuff with, but I think at this point... Oh yeah, I really want, like, a Dragon-type Ho-Oh. That is on my wish list. I don't know how they might make sense of it, but I really want a Dragon-type Ho-Oh. Give me Dragon Ho-Oh. Diglett! There you go. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think Uxie and Azelf and Mesprit, I don't think there's really any room to do anything with them with their concept even. They might though. I mean, they could. I don't think Mew is suited for a regional form. I agree that, you know, maybe it could or should get a Mega, but I don't know about that even. I think the legendary beasts are a good candidate. But I don't know how likely they would get anything at this point. I think they're more likely to get like a Mega soon. I think, yeah, don't throw a fit, you. Yeah, I think the beasts might be more likely to get a Mega considering if the birds are gonna get them, but who knows. And they did just get the paradox forms. Plus, we're like due for I don't know. We're due for Johto and Unova stuff like we were discussing, so oh. Thunderbolt. Thunderbolt. No, I guess he can't actually hear me. He just makes... Alright, well. We'll wait for him to figure out what he's doing. It would be nice if you can get the peach down. So we don't have to actually spend any money. Yeah, we need the peaches. But I can't tell you the Thunderbolt, so we're just gonna keep walking. Yeah, Xerneas and Yveltal are gonna be... They might get Megas through Champions or something. Or an event. God grief, stupid rat. So, you know, we know that they're not really getting anything in the base game, but I think there's a chance that... Hey! Hello! There's the chance that Xerneas and Yveltal could get something somehow. Either through an event, either through, you know, champions. Yeah, they just kind of like show up. On top of that, you know, I think like if they have the Hoenn legendaries show up, because you know we're gonna need Mega Rayquaza and the primals, then isn't it weird to not get up? To not do anything with Xerneas and Yveltal? I don't know, maybe they will, maybe they won't. It could be like a reverse of, you know, Legends Arceus. We got forms for, Palkia and Dialga and nothing for, you know, Arceus, and Giratina already had something, so I guess, you know, made sense. But, you know, reverse of that, where the, like, the named one gets a new form and the other two do not. Get up. Up. But I think, I don't know. And again, also, we're like betting with the DLC that Necrozma might show up. So how much attention would the Hoenn legendaries get in that case? What is he doing? Alright. Oh, playing with a leaf. Okay. Keep walking. And with Galar, I guess the wolves wouldn't show up or anything. That might be too much. Plus, they were in Scarlet and Violet. So if we think about what wasn't in Scarlet and Violet, which was limited to, you know, the Kalos Legendaries, and, although that still makes it weird. Yeah. And, the Alolan stuff. I don't know. It's just like, it's kind of weird. Oh, I guess that makes sense, though, since, Gen 8 was so recent. And they, you know, that's just like, keep walking. That's like how, all the stuff for, Legends Arceus wasn't, like, we could transfer it in, but you couldn't evolve things and stuff. So they still, like, kind of, like, want to push you towards buying the old games. They don't want to give you an excuse to not do that. Pull! Why am I saying pull? Walk! I got so used to saying pull, it's suddenly not what I say when I'm getting distracted. Yeah, so, like, it makes sense that the wolves didn't have snacks. Oh, it's kind of sad. We didn't have snacks to give the wolves. No snackies. But it makes sense that they didn't have snacks because they want to push you towards buying Sword and Shield, because it was still, you know, you still could buy it. Keep walking! Stop stopping to chat with Squirtle. Aye. Good grief. Where is it? Are we going up over? Oh, we're going up the hill. That's where we're going. Oi! Hey! Hello. Don't get puzzled. Just walk away from Squirtle now. Oh, thank goodness. But yeah, they want to push you towards buying the games, the previous games that are, you know, recent, because they're still in stock and such. And especially with like digital. Oi. Well, Kenyon and I think Dancy, they might be save bonus things, which is kind of lame. Volcanion, I think, kind of like deserves something, but who knows? Oi! I think we let him go too long. I'm getting distracted. Oh, yeah. Hey, as far as we know, like, Dancy might be a save data bonus. And Volcanion might be a save data thing? Will you just go walk? You think you... Yeah, finally. Yeah. Yeah. Volcanion just, like, definitely needs some love. But I don't think it's gonna get much going on yet. Please buy the peach. Yeah? Oh good, he bought the peach. Phew! Do that before the end of the day. I think you can actually fail the shopping quest. Yeah, I think Volcanion could be like a Sword and Shield save data bonus, and Diancie might be go to sleep. Diancie, I think for sure would probably be a Scarlet and Violet one, because you know Scarlet and Violet has the whole Terrestrial Crystal thing, and so if you're gonna make Diancie a save bonus for any game, it should be for Scarlet and Violet. And Volcanion, I could see maybe being a save data bonus for Sword and Shield, because it's kind of like a steampunk thing, and you know, steampunk kind of like English, old English kind of thing going on. I don't know. Could be how it goes. Go to sleep. Oh no, it's morning. I always do that when I'm distracted. So, yeah, I think that's what might happen with them. Although it makes me wonder, like, what would the bonus be for Legends Arceus? Or Let's Go Pikachu? Is it just gonna be like clothes, or what are they gonna do? Actually, come to think of it, there were some mythicals that were missing, and I have the graphic for that. So while I'm wrapping up here, let's say goodbye to Pikachu. Yeah, we're gonna stop. And let's go look at Photoshop again. Now I still have that open. Alright, let's close some of this. Let's close some of this. We might be able to suss this out, or take some guesses. I have an image that from Reddit that has this illustrated perfectly. There we go. So these are let's fit this on the screen. These are all the legendaries and mythicals that are missing from Scarlet and Violet. And, oh, there we go again. Look, Celebi's missing. Victini's missing. So that's Gen 2. That's Gen 5. Crazy. I wonder why that could be. Yeah. Yeah, check that out. Frickin' Johto and Unova missing again, mysteriously. Weren't in Scarlet and Violet. So that's weird. And of course, we got the Kalos Legendaries. That's a given. We know why those are missing. Kind of odd that they had the Mythicals, but I guess it might make some sense. Maybe because they didn't want to like single out Hoopa specifically, and the other two are just, you know, going to be like save data probably. So I would bet like we get Hoopa in the DLC. I think Dancy's going to be a Scarlet and Violet save data bonus. I think Volcanion will be a Sword and Shield save data bonus. That kind of makes sense. It's like the two mainline games. Core. Yeah. I'm sorry. Yeah, you can't see the. Yeah, it's color coded. Can I make this more? Let's see if I can make the increase the contrast. I don't know if that helps at all, but we'll work with that. Anyway, so I think it makes sense for like the two mainline games, save donut bonus to be, you know, the two mythicals for Gen 6. So I would say Dancy for Scarlet and Violet and Volcanion for Sword and Shield. Who else was missing? We've got Johto and Unova, but I think we think that, you know, something sus is going on with those. Then again, Celebi would be thematically fitting for Hisui for Legends Arceus. We know Zeraora is probably. Oh, and we also have the bunny. Oh, shoot. No, wait. Magearna was in. Never mind. Yeah, Celebi and Victini are weird. Huh. No, this is all odd. This is odd. Why is Marshadow missing? Why didn't they bother to put Meltan in? They could also make Meltan a save data bonus for Let's Go. For this, but why would they just like completely block them? Maybe we'll get a Mega Melmetal? Maybe the... Of course, that would be weird to not have it in the base game if it was a save data thing. This is weird. This is legit weird. It's like, why was Celebi and Victini left out? Why... and, Genesect also... Gen 7, the whole patch of, like, Legendaries there. Sure, okay. Necrozma was in Scarlet and Violet. But actually, you know, it makes sense that they let Necrozma be in there because Ultra Necrozma is its own special thing. So, you know, that coming back would be, you know, something else. Yeah, Celebi's a big one. Victini's a big one. There's something Johto and Unova coming. Like, we can very much see that storm brewing. I think the Gen 7 Legendaries are gonna be in Mega Dimension. Marshadow? You know, Marshadow actually could also be in Mega Dimension. If you think about it, it is like a shadow world, a mirror world. Marshadow might make sense in that way. It could show up. Damn, you know, the DLC could even have more megas in the base game. That would be crazy. Huh. Melmetal is almost like a good one to have for a mega too. Since it had a Gigantamax. Like, whew. It's kind of wild. I don't know. I don't know. All of these were singled out for some reason. You know what's crazy too is that I mean, it like made sense, but also like they released the yeah, that's true. They released the in home, you know, the shiny the dex completion bonuses. They released like shiny Meltan, but they when they released it, it was when like the most current game didn't even have Meltan in it. Like that is a choice. I mean, sure, you can transform back to like Let's Go and Sword and Shield, but weird stuff going on. Yeah, you can. Oh yeah, you can't evolve it either. Ha! That's true. Yeah, they gave you this friggin' shiny Melton that you can't evolve. Like, what the heck are you supposed to do with it? Hmm. Hmm. I don't know. Maybe we'll get like maybe and I mean, what if the save data bonuses all have megas? And they're not like in the base game for some reason. Like maybe with the DLC, I mean, Dancy for sure should have its mega, right? And if Volcanion is like the save data bonus you get with Sword and Shield, but Sword and Shield is Galar, and so what if, you know, you don't get the Mega Stone for Volcanion until the DLC releases? Because Galar. And maybe Meltan is, you know, the Let's Go save data bonus, and maybe you can evolve it in Mega Melmetal because, you know, Melmetal, that got a Gigantamax. A lot of these ones that have Gigantamax are getting, you know, especially the ones that are associated with Kanto are getting, you know, megas now. So maybe, you know, Let's Go Pikachu save data. You get Meltan, you evolve it, you can mega it into, you know, mega Melmetal. And Marshadow, I mean, just like appearance wise, that would be kind of fitting for that would be kind of fitting for let's go for Legends Arceus. So Marshadow for I mean, it doesn't make sense exactly, but it appearance wise it could work as save data, and maybe we get like Mega Marshadow. That or Genesect, because that's the thing is from like, you know, it's supposed to be an extinct thing that was brought back recently, so that could be it would be a weird choice. Nothing really fits well for Legends Arceus. So I don't know. And I like Marshadow. Huh, yeah. Yeah, actually that's true. I forgot that Mewtwo was introduced with Genesect. Huh. I don't know. It's weird. A lot of these missing mythicals are weird. And now that as we're getting like closer and seeing more signs that it's like they're making sense, but we're still not seeing what the full picture is yet. It's kind of exciting. It's kind of exciting. Yeah. Hmm. Hmm. Oh. Oh yeah. I don't know. Stuff's happening. Stuff is happening, and I am enjoying putting the puzzle pieces together, but I don't think we have all the pieces to this puzzle yet. I think I've put the DLC together pretty well, but the broader picture that we're lining up here for like future games, I think a Johto and a Nova are coming. And it's hard to imagine them smashed together, but assuming 4-year generations from now on, hopefully, then having one in 1 year and one in another year makes sense. And yeah, I think we're starting to see what's coming up, but we don't have the full picture yet. And I'm like kind of hyped to like see where this is going. Be like, follow the trail of breadcrumbs. We're following the trail of breadcrumbs that Game Freak has left us. And I'm enjoying this aspect of this franchise. Is the breadcrumbs and the puzzles and all of it. Yeah. I don't know. I think they might really be done with the remakes, maybe, hopefully, and they're just gonna maybe they'll actually let Ilka make a Legends game, but maybe that's asking too much of it, really. I don't know. Or maybe they're gonna start another series. Hopefully not like a Let's Go, because I don't think people really liked Let's Go that much to make it a series, and Let's Go and Nova kind of feels icky. But I would like say maybe 2 Legends games like back to back, but that also seems weird. Um, I don't know. Things are gonna be like. I think it's getting good in a sense. I still have doubts and criticisms of Game Freak when it comes to quality, but when it comes to like what's coming, I like I like the picture that we're seeing. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah. It's shaping up. Shaping up into something. Anyway, I don't know. I think that the I've gone on for how many hours now? Holy crap. Yeah, this is probably a good time to stop. Anyway, um thanks all for showing up. It was cool to go over this. And I enjoyed this. And it was nice to do something other than just the fishing and yelling pull at Pikachu for however long. So I'm going to wrap up there. Thank you. Bye.